That's actually a good point. One true church. I better check on that myself. Cartoons. Holy cow. Happy Monday. It's World War III, apparently. Many people will be covering all of that stuff. I don't have much to cover in that regard. Honestly, it's outside of not only my wheelhouse, but it's outside of my control completely. There's nothing I can say or do. I mean, I could make a meme or something. I could make like a cartoon or something like that, but that's just going to give you guys a couple of giggles. So I'll let everyone else do that, you know. I don't know. I'll just say this. What I constantly see is whatever happens, it just sort of like reinforces this idea that the dialectic is liberty versus something else. It's like liberty versus Islam, liberty versus this other thing. And I think it's just another one of those things. I just, maybe since becoming Orthodox, I could never see it that way ever again. So I can't get pulled into the media storm of it, because it's always presented in this dialectic where it's like, oh, we're preserving liberty, and Iran is a threat to liberty. And then you're like, no wonder these people who go by liberty above all support people, entities like Israel, because Israel can sell a liberty versus the rest of the world kind of thing, and the boomers love it. I just don't see it the same way. I'm like, no, I don't see it that way. So it also doesn't, it's weird being in this era, because maybe for the first time, this kind of level of contention, global tension, warfare is mixed in with the capabilities of massive amounts of AI. Like, it's weird. It's like you have to be like extra cautious moving forward with what you are sharing, with the assumption that you're sharing something legitimate. We're at the point where people can't tell anymore. We're there. Moving into it, we were like, well, I'll still be able to tell. I've got that special eye. I'll be able to tell whether it's AI or not. I've got a real knack for this stuff. No, I don't think so. Not anymore. So you got to watch it, and we're all observers. We're like in the stands. We're like the cheerleaders. We have pretzels and beer in our hand, right? And we're just watching, trying to call the fouls on behalf of the ref, demanding instant replays on command, getting a closer. Can I get a closer drone zoom-in shot, please? It's become like a show. It's like an episodic World War III on Netflix. Anyway, I try to concentrate on things that I like. Also, being that it's Lent, I try to concentrate on making things a little more, laying low on the contention, and focusing on beauty, aesthetics, prayer, obviously fasting. My stomach is so messed up. I thought the challenge of fasting would be like all of the things I desire, like meat and like all of that stuff, all of the fancy things. And it's actually, for some reason, I didn't realize how aggressive the change is on your little tummy. My little tummy. I don't know about you guys. My little tummy. My little tummy is just very upset. How do we know when you're just being entertaining versus what you believe? Well, I'm very firm and clear on what I believe, and you'll know when I'm saying it. Can you give an example? Like if I'm taking the piss out of something and you're giggling about it, you could probably conclude that what I'm saying is half true. So, Jeremy, it's a bizarre question because someone who's a talking head who's entertaining, they're mostly saying things that everyone else is thinking, and it's either fully true or half true or somewhere in between. Those aren't beliefs. You know my beliefs. I'm an Orthodox Christian. You can cross-examine my beliefs based on the knowledge that you know I'm Orthodox Christian. I don't know. It's not a mystery. I'm not a cryptic puzzle that you guys are supposed to figure out. You can't tell when I'm joking. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not Sam Hyde. I'm not some weird autistic puzzle. All right. Speaking of autism, the stream I was doing, which was fun and epic, was Jay and Tim. I did recover the stream. I don't know if I'll repost it just to avoid any potential technical issues, being that YouTube is pretty much fully run by AI. They don't know context. They don't know. They might just flag that and be like, oh, that's the stream that was bad. He tried to upload it. We recognize it. Bad, Jim Bob. So I'll just move along. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. I saw this. I don't even know if this is recent. Do you guys know when this is? Or did Andrew and the Crucible upload this from a way previous exchange that just never hit the web? I guess it doesn't matter. The performance from Pool seems to be the same every time anyway. So let's take a look. And then maybe we'll get into a little bit of the post review. I produced quite a bit of clipped moments there. Thank you. Quite a bit of clipped moments there between Ron and myself. And he actually had the gall to email me and was like, I want another debate with you. I'm like, dude, you are not in a position, my friend. You are a mess. So I'm going to make a nice clip stream, reel from that debate, because that was, I hope you guys thought it was at least funny. But man, it was bad. That was real bad from his view. All right, let's get into this, shall we?
I think you're an atheist.
Okay, well, that makes no sense.
You're making the best case argument for atheism I've ever heard.
How?
That God is what we experience in the universe is what we would describe as God. It is the definition of everything atheists have ever argued to me.
I'm not even making arguments to you right now. All I'm doing is expressing to you
God
that
is not all powerful.
No, the opposite.
You said God can't create a boulder he cannot lift.
No, because
every single priest
do you know what
theologian I've talked to has said the opposite.
Yeah, no, none of them. Their dogma literally would prevent them from defying the nature of God. Not a single theologian on planet Earth who's a priest has ever said to you, Tim, God could create a God more powerful than him. That never happened.
No, they said
it's not possible.
Yeah, seriously.
So my question is for Andrew, and hopefully I can at least partially satiate your desire to argue. So this is kind of going back to when you were here with Tim last time, and you were talking about the existence or not of rights.
Yes.
And so a friend of mine who is also a fan of yours, who showed me some of your videos. So the first one was your conversation with Dave Smith. We've kind of had a prolonged conversation about the existence of rights, him taking more of your perspective. I'm disagreeing.
Justin says, I watched this. Tim Pool, I don't believe is dumb. He seems super bad faith. I think it's spiritual, Justin. I do. I think it's like when we can't figure out when someone's being like their intellect, at least from what they've shown, shouldn't render this scenario and you're like confused about it, you know, rest assured we could go to the spiritual. Now, we can't make judgment, obviously, but we could at least assess from that position and say, oh, that's true for us too. That's why that's like kind of the white pill that I take from all of this is like, if it is a spiritual issue, then we don't have to be so hell-bent on intellectual dismantling. We do it, but there's something else there to cater to. And I think that's an actual thing that Tim Pool is going through. Your disclaimer at the beginning of your show confuses me. I don't know what to think. What you're saying is just entertainment at times. PB, yeah, well, don't use that guy as a reference for anything, Jeremy. Yeah, am I entertaining? Absolutely. You'll know what I believe if you just ask me, do I believe it? That's a good way to do it. Like, for instance, when I make fun of Vagine, our resident Bob Chat reader, I'm making fun of her and her culture, and I also believe they have a terrible culture. Both. So it's funny, and I don't like their culture. You know what I mean? It's both.
You know, and then we were both kind of interested to see what you would say with this. So
we'll start with what a right is.
Yes. Okay. So, like, I'm totally down to agree with you that a right is an entitlement without duty.
Okay.
Did they always have call-ins? I feel like this is new, but maybe I just don't watch. I don't watch Tim Pool usually. So.
And then my perspective would be that the existence of the obligations that we can both exist necessarily creates rights. And we both agree that you have an obligation not me, I have an obligation to not you. You have an obligation to wherever you are speaking to me, speak the truth, not lie. I have the same obligation.
Like you've already made supposed axioms that I don't agree with. You've already created suppositions that I don't agree with. So where does the obligation that I don't you come from?
No, we both do. We not agree that God gives an obligation to both of us? No, I didn't say. I said.
Yep. Then.
Wait, you have a right to not someone?
No, he's saying he said there's an obligation not to.
Yeah, but
where's this obligation to not do a thing?
Oh yeah, I would say Exodus.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying you're looking at it through the prism of Christian ethics.
Oh yeah, both of us, like, we all come from the same perspective.
I see. So
like all the Christian fundamentals, like we might have minor doctrinal differences.
Oh, he put behind a paywall? Well, I assume he got permission to put it on YouTube, hence indirectly gives me permission to review it, hopefully. This common rock too heavy argument nonsense is exactly like saying infinity plus one, it doesn't resolve. It's silly. It's just asking. It's basically saying, really simply, if God was so powerful, why can't he not be God? That's all. Like, it really comes down to that. If God is so powerful, why can't he be powerful enough not to be himself? It's a clip from a stream that goes immediately. Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
But, like, I'm totally good to agree with you on all.
Like, can a beanie be too big where it's no longer a beanie?
Okay, got it.
All the Christian fundamental presuppositions. So,
okay.
So I'm not disagreeing on that point. My point being that when God goes and gives you...
Yeah, come on, Josiah. Don't drop the ball this early in the game.
An obligation to not me, and me an obligation to not murder you.
A duty?
Yes, sure. Mm-hmm. Duties. You have a duty to not murder me. I have a duty to not murder you, and so on, and similar other things, like you to not lie to me to not lie to you, these things. These create rights.
Yeah, can God create a burrito so hot it burns his tongue and he literally can't eat it? You know what I mean? I mean, these are the philosophical questions of the time. Glory to God for all things indeed. Good to see you back. Yeah, it is good to be back. Absolutely. Chain $20. We hold theological and philosophical novice badges. Show humility and understand Tim is an example of ego. Yeah. It's like saying if God wasn't God, would he be God? Yeah. The fire is cold and wet. Would it be yeah, it's just God should be powerful enough to violate the law of identity if he's truly God and truly powerful, but that doesn't make any sense. God made this fiver too heavy for me to lift, so you can have it. Thank you. I will lift it. I will lift it.
Just by the instantiation of the obligation or by the duty.
That's now, well, okay. If you were to put this in a syllogism, that wouldn't actually make any sense, right?
Duties aren't right,
So
right?
just because you
It's a
say,
duty.
if you say you have a duty, you were given a duty
Eat a vegetable every time they say duty.
to not, or me, that does not then instantiate that you have a right to not be by me. That's where you're making a fundamental mistake. Where does that right come from?
Yeah, so this is where
I have the
like Aaron mentioned, my friend and I,
obligation, but you don't have any right.
They only have the right to defend themselves.
Don't even have a right to do that.
Well, shit, a duty.
you can defend yourself,
Yeah,
or does
yeah.
it become a right?
Or
So
you-
the thing is like, where does the duty?
This is another one. The right to defend yourself is something that comes up a lot. Well, you have a right to your life and to defend your life. From a legal perspective, that's actually not even absolutely true, obviously. I mean, I live in a state that's moving closer and closer to you not being able to actually legally defend your life. So it's a legal issue. Notice how every time the question of do you have the right to self-defense, it's not declared in the moment of the action. It's actually declared after the fact through the process of the justice system. The question is, did you have the right to defend yourself? Right? If the answer is you have the right to defend yourself, well, if that's true, why do we need a legal process to figure out if I had the right to defend myself?
Duty form into the right process? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's that you basically can't have one without the other.
How? Why not?
Yeah, so I would say, well, I guess I would start with,
Yeah.
I would say, well, I have then an entitlement to not be, and we could go and look at particulars of like
I'm entitled to not be. I'm entitled to not be.
biblical.
But
so,
I'll just
so,
say
okay,
this.
so
It
like,
sounds to me like you're not a Christian. The argument you're proposing is that Christianity is subjective and only partial. Therefore, the right cannot exist because God's law, God's word, is not mandate for all.
Right? Are you asking me?
That's what I hear from you.
Oh no.
When he says
The
God-
opposite. I'm saying that God is giving you a sequence of duties, not any way any rights.
When God says, "Thou shalt not,"
That's a duty.
the presumption is that we, under God's law, are protected from being.
Nope.
No, dude. What? No. What? Thou shalt not do this thing. That's for you. For you. For your salvation. To act in accordance with God. He's like, well, yeah, if God said don't do this, that means I have a protection from it. No, you don't.
Wait,
Where's that presumption?
I don't know if
The presumption is that God has ordered you not to.
Yeah, that's right. God has ordered me not to kill you.
Right, so there's
Why
a
does
ti-
that suppose
My entitlement?
that
God
you're
has told you
entitled to
not
not
do
get?
it. Because God told you not to do it.
No, God told. Okay, that makes no sense.
Explain.
Well, how does
Just
it?
say that, just
How
explain.
does it follow? You would have to
Literally-
Yeah, how did he hear that? Yeah, how did he possibly hear that? I hate the rock prompt. But the neat thing is you could reasonably respond, no, that's stupid. However, he can and did make himself a man, to that extent limit his capacity for lifting rocks. Yeah, but even that is probably not even true, that Christ himself couldn't do all things.
Really,
Hang on.
God says you can't do it.
Hang on.
Duties imply rights. No. Rights imply duties. How long? Dude, no, it's not true. I've given you so many examples to this, to counter this enslaved by truth, and you're just still like, no, need rights. No. You can have a duties-based society and not any of those rights that you claim. If a duty can overshadow or supersede a right, which it does, for instance, if they made it illegal for you to stop your brother or your family member from offing themselves, EBT, if they made it illegal, you wouldn't actually have the right to intervene with someone's deletion. Would you have a duty? Yeah. Right now, women have the right to evacuate their children. Okay? They have a right. That's their right. That's dictated by the state. Obviously, if you have a duty to stop that from happening, clearly your duty isn't infringing on their so-called right to evacuate their children, is it? Right? So they don't imply each other.
You'd have to demonstrate how it follows that if God says, I cannot do a thing, that means you have a right to a thing.
Yes.
Thou shalt not buy a house, but you have a right to.
You have free will. You can violate God's law all you want.
I think Andrew may have released this, just the timing of it alongside of Jay's little exchange there.
You're not a Christian, which is
What a meanie head.
the argument you're making. People who are not Christians will violate God's law, God's word.
Well,
So then it's not a right.
There, I would even.
Yeah, Jeremy, it does actually come down to that. Like I just said, like when this argument is on the table, what you examine very quickly is, okay, when does your Christian duty violate someone's right? Well, it would, wouldn't it? It would. It would violate their right. So if your duties violate a right, that means duties supersede rights. Whatever the right is, it's just your temporary privilege to do something or not, or whatever. That's it. Temporary.
I would even go one
The
further
presumption
than
that
Tim.
I don't understand what you're trying to say, that rights are things that are impossible to happen in the real world.
They don't happen in the real world.
No, I'm saying that a right is a entitlement absent a duty. And I'm saying
Yes.
that the things that
So if you are a Christian,
Hang
you
on,
can't.
yeah, that's a duty.
Shut up, Tim. Jeez.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree that Christians have duties. What I don't agree with is that Christians have rights. So there's no real right to life. You could die at birth.
For the millionth time, infringement of a right does not negate the existence of it. It actually does. It does. Because then you can't, it actually negates the status of it. It's like the existence of it is literally a permission. It is. It like, for instance, it's no different than being a parent, EBT, and saying, you can play Xbox, child. And in the moment, they have a, quote, right to play Xbox. And then you say, that's being turned off now. The right no longer exists. That's now the only thing that exists, EBT, in that instance, being a microcosm of the state, the parent being the microcosm of the state, the only thing you could actually say exists in that moment is the power of the parent, aka the state. Where's this right? What are you talking about? It has no ontological existence. The only thing that exists is the person who's stronger, who's permitting a set of behaviors or not, dude. This is like, I don't know why this is taking so long for you to get. It's like clearly you have Andrew Wilson derangement syndrome, and you're incapable. Even when I just tell you exactly what this means, you're like, no. It has no, what's the ontology, EBT, of a right? Existence is ontological, right? So what's the ontology of a right? It doesn't exist. It's literally the person who's stronger going, you're allowed to do this for now until I say no, none.
Earth, right?
It's just so easy.
You don't really have a right to do.
It's like so easy for me to refute you with that one example. Notice how you won't counter it and say, no. The kid who's playing Xbox actually absorbed and acquired a thing called a right. Well, who gave it to him? If you say God, that's false. Clearly, the dad gave the kid the, quote, right to play the video game and took it away.
Do this. And also, God's nature can't be contrary. So,
yeah, you don't have rights. You have permissions. That's right. You have a hall pass. You have a hall pass. That's it. The Constitution is a hall pass. All of it. Bill of Rights, it's a hall pass. It's a giant hall pass in a massive school system. It is. Did you have the right to completely embarrass the guy you debated Friday? He did it all himself. I did nothing. I literally did nothing. I asked like the most basic questions. He was like, what? He just...
Babies don't have a right to life.
Well, hang on. I'll explain.
A negative ontology? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Grant, a negative ontology doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. It's dumb. Yeah, you don't have any arguments. Like, if it was dumb, you could actually use my example and counter it and say, no, the kid does have a right to play. He does have a right to play. No, he doesn't. Not at all. Can a rock create a chemical so complex it creates life? That's funny. Americans will absolutely die to not owe anyone anything. Yeah, JB. That's what it is. That obligation, the obligatory sense that Christianity gives you, when you look at a nation that's built, by a cohesive set of obligations, and not only that, but have distinct obligations and roles between men and women, what family is, a structure of the church, hierarchy. You can build beautiful things and maintain them. But without that, and you go to liberalism, individualism, and you argue from a rights-based perspective like EBT, you should not be surprised at how quickly society falls apart into its splintered, shreds. It's like putting society through a wood chipper and be like, look at all the beautiful individual pieces. A rights-based society, a society led by rights as opposed to duties, is diversity. It necessarily leads to incompatible cultures, values, languages, ways of doing things, aesthetics, religion. Everyone's still confused about this. Yeah, but we still have our rights, right? That's what's important. Islam's trying to take our rights. Dude, without Islam, you're going to still rot from the inside.
God's nature can't be contrary. You agree with that, right?
We'll elaborate what you mean by that.
So God
Can't contradict himself?
Yeah, he can't make a God more powerful than him.
I disagree with that.
What?
So you're talking about,
What?
does God create a stone so heavy he himself cannot
Yeah.
lift it? God can do anything.
That's incoherent.
It's not. Logic only exists within the confines of God's
No.
word. God's word is beyond your
No,
comprehension.
Dude, Tim, why are you talking about, quote, God's word? Who is this guy?
logic is a transcendental category, and since it's a transcendental category, we know it exists even though it's not physical. But all things bind by it. Part of God's nature has
Is Jesus
to.
God?
Yes.
Would Jesus be able to lift a 5-ton boulder?
Yes.
Yeah.
He really is. He's like, who is he, though? He's like Kenny mixed with Cartman or something. It's like if Kenny could be understood or something. I don't know.
Then,
There's no contradiction there.
so certainly Jesus did perform miracles.
But there's no contradictions with those. So those follow the lines of logic. God's nature still has to be logical because it's part of his nature. His ontology is logic.
So my point is,
You're saying God can make a burrito that's so big he can't eat it?
of course.
What?
Of course. I forgot about this. I should have made that part of my thumbnail, honestly. A giant burrito. That's hilarious, dude. Of course he could. Of course God could make a burrito so hot and heavy you couldn't lift it.
Coherent. That's like
Could God make an unchangeable diaper?
It's literally not.
it is. It's totally. That's literally the definition of incoherence. Totally incoherent.
Literally not. I'm going to explain.
How is it not? Okay, go ahead.
So I can use an example like programming, for instance.
Okay.
I can program a video game in which I have absolute authority over the whole thing. I can change the rules at any moment. Within the confines of this game, I can create a rock that my avatar cannot move.
Sure.
Yeah, your avatar, not you. Now we just shift it to avatar. What a weasel.
I can program it so that my mouse can't move it until I go into the BIOS.
And you both program the video game and not program the video game?
That means you can program it to not do that too. You know what this is like? Honestly, this is like kind of parallel to the egalitarian argument. That you could make a society occur as egalitarian, but it's actually not. You know? Can you use force to negate the power of force? Like, you can't. So this is like a fake. He's like, can you create an illusion of powerlessness? Sure, you can create an illusion of powerlessness.
Yes. What do you mean?
What? How do? So you can make a video game that you never made.
What are you trying to say?
Can you make a video game that you never made?
Whoever does the Joe Rogan edits where like there's like this weird incoherent conversation going back and forth, they really got to jump on this.
Yes.
What?
What do you mean?
That's direct
I literally can
contradiction.
only make games I've never made. I don't make the same game twice.
No. And you both make a game while at the same time you're not making the game.
I've only made games that I've never made.
Game.
But I don't understand.
Can the game exist and at the same time not exist?
There is a reality where yes, quite literally, it's called the paradox. Paradoxes are things that exist within the confines of our logical.
No, that's a
reality.
contradiction. A paradox is different than a contradiction. Tim, you cannot both be me and you. You can only be you.
You don't know that.
This is early on though, right? This has got to be old enough where this is older, right?
Well, yeah, I do because it would violate the law of non-contradiction.
So this is where I feel like you're running into a problem. You think you know God.
No, I only understand.
You may be shadow banned. I'm not sure. Maybe. I mean, it's possible. I'm streaming on multiple platforms now. No, I'm not shadow banned. I have almost 950, 925 in the chat. So, I mean, maybe.
And that God has to have a nature, an ontological nature.
And
like
you don't.
everything.
And what you think you know of God.
God
is
tells us his nature.
Looking through a keyhole through a.
Kyle.
800
Okay, it's
bedroom
Kyle.
mansion.
Based on
It's
what
Kyle.
God tells us his nature is.
Yes, and God can't. You can't comprehend higher dimensions. It's physically impossible.
This is an energy. What you're talking about is what's called an essence energy distinction. I agree with you that I can only participate in the energy of God. But I cannot understand the essence of God. That I agree with.
I don't think you're a Christian.
Okay.
It's total red herring.
What?
There's a simple question.
This is Catholic dogma, Tim. I don't think you're a Christian because you're disagreeing with me on the nature of the.
Can God create a boulder so heavy that he himself cannot lift it?
No.
God exists outside of the confines of this logic in which you think you exist. God is so far beyond you, you cannot comprehend this.
That's a contradiction already. If it's true that God exists far outside of what we consider being, to the extent we understand being, God is beyond being. And he's saying, well, if God's beyond being, well, then he certainly would be able to create a rock so heavy you can't lift it. No, that's even worse for your position, bro.
To ask if God can lift a rock is asking like, can it? It's a stupid question because we are one tetragillionth of the universe, and you are presupposing God lives in your rules. That is.
That's literally what you just did, dude. Your rules is the rules of nature, that things have weight. Those are rules. Those are created rules, right? He's like, you're assuming God, is bound by your rules. You mean like a rule like being able to lift a rock? You mean like that rule?
Reductivist, earthly, one-dimensional thinking.
Yeah, so you're saying there's universes where there could be contradictions?
I'm saying
could I interject here with a question on the nature of God for Tim? Tim, do you think that God could be, instead of a supreme good, supreme evil?
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah.
I don't know.
He should have asked, can God be powerful enough to be evil?
That there is such a distinction.
He asked it in a way, but he should have asked it in the way Tim is asking the rock question. That's easier to convey.
God, as the creator of all things, is not going to be good nor evil.
What?
I'm not a Christian.
Wait, God can be nor good or evil?
But I mean, it would. Okay, so.
Well,
So
no. I'm not.
the thing is like what you're
not even
saying,
asking-
what you just said is, I understand the nature of God.
No.
I understand that this being who lives in this different dimension that I could never fathom.
I'm saying
could
God
neither
doesn't-
be evil nor good. That's you making a
Bro.
declaration that you understand the nature of God.
No, it's that I would not describe God as good or evil because God exists outside the confines of human comprehension.
Okay.
To
and
assert
exist in
that-
contradiction.
Because
I could-
contradiction exists.
This is why revelation is so important. If you don't have a coherent revelation, like a system of revelation, you have nothing. You really do. You have nothing. And this is what happens. People think and conceptualize God where they're their own revelatory method. Their own intellect is the revelatory method. It's not the revelation of God in time. It's not the bridge of the Word before creation living among us. It's not trampling death. It's not the speaking through the prophets. It's not coming again to judge the living and the dead. No, it's none of that, according to Tim. It's just he's been sitting around with Ian talking about a concept of God. And this is the kind of foolishness you get. This is exactly what you get.
Exists only within our reality.
No.
You cannot comprehend what exists outside of the
Literally, the
capacity of
laws
your
of logic do not actually exist physically in our reality. They're transcendental. They're transcendental categories.
It's true. This is exactly how these are born. That's actually how they're born. You're just like, well, let me think about this a different way.
They govern our reality,
I
but they
don't
don't
think you're
exist.
Christian.
Okay, what? Well, this is all.
You're saying
this is
God
all Christian
has
dogma.
to follow these rules. Period.
No, I'm saying that God has a nature like Tim has a nature. Like, for instance, okay, your nature as
does sound like
Tim,
Ian.
the things that make up you. You have a heart, and you.
Yeah, Ian, God bless him. Fairly, I don't know, harmless, maybe. You know what? I take that back. I don't. Just because people act a certain way, like their energy seems to be like sort of well-meaning and just kind of like da 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 da. I mean well. To say it's harmless, no, I take it back. I retract the statement. It's not. It's harmful. It is harmful. Spiritually harmful. Just sitting around, diddling your own intellect until you come up with some conception you're okay with what God is. Oh, God's like a massive, like, infinity maker. He's like the ultimate fractal, bro.
If God is all-powerful, can he make Tim Pool's argument make sense?
Yeah, that's what Andrew should say.
You have lungs, and you have things like this, and your heart and your lungs and things like this do work inside of your body that assist your body in moving and functioning and this and that. They're part of what you are. To take all of those things out.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's disarming to say. It's like, oh, no, don't worry. Don't worry about that. No, that's like saying like a part, like the corner is a tiny bit of black mold in the corner. And you're like, well, I mean, at this level, it's harmless. So it's like this weird, soft half-truth. Oh, yeah. Well, in the grand scheme of things, that might be true. But we don't, that's not how we operate. Oh, a little harmless mold, black mold in the corner there. Don't worry about it.
Out would change who you are. Okay? This is the same thing with God. We're just saying that there's a part of God's nature which he has shared with us as part of his nature.
Only part.
As the
Revelation.
Logos. The Logos, part of it is logic.
Only part.
Yeah, but that would mean that part of God's nature is to not violate logic.
Did God create this universe, or is this universe just a function of God?
God created the universe.
So God could change the rules?
Well, no, that would be illogical.
God could not change the rules of the universe.
No, it would.
Now, you could take a nuanced perspective, obviously. He's asking this, and from Andrew's perspective, the rules are logic. Like any governing rule would be still logical. For instance, the laws of nature, the regularity of nature, the laws of physics, thermodynamics, and the rest, they are still bound by the laws of logic, the law of identity, relational things, And so from one order of things, Andrew's correct in saying, well, yeah, ultimately, doesn't violate the law of identity. Could God change the set of circumstances and conditions locally so that, things dropped not at the rate that they drop? Sure. But these are different levels of what we consider change, which I don't know if it's going to get, exhausted in this conversation. Honestly, Tim Pool needs this simplified.
It would go contrary to. So it's like what you're asking me is this: what would it be like if fire wasn't hot? Well, now we've changed the fundamental reality of what fire is.
So I'll simplify it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe our reality. First of all, what we think we know in science, there are higher dimensions we can't perceive. This implies, as most scientific discoveries in the last 130
here he goes.
years, if we choose to believe them. For instance, the electromagnetic spectrum.
For instance, God could have made the universe in such a way that to our perception, we could never gather regularity. It could exist, but our perception of it, that's why the argument for an intelligible universe is decent. Doesn't tell you who God is or anything, but looking at the world, the fact that it's intelligible needs a justification itself. Now, you can't just say it just is and there's no other way it could be. Well, no, there is another way it could be. The universe could be in such a way that humans, the way we're given our faculties, would be just outside of the capabilities of discerning intelligibility. How could this be the case? Logically, the rate at which things ostensibly change around us, they ostensibly don't maintain the law of identity, but in long term they do. But we just can't observe it. That would occur to us as unintelligible. So God could have actually made it in a way that the universe is intelligible. We just don't have the faculties to do that, right?
Humans, or air is my favorite example. Humans did not know that air existed because they couldn't perceive it until there was this guy who was showering who realized that there is matter in it all
That's
around
correct,
us.
Suzanne. That's correct.
There have been numerous instances where humans realize that things we can't perceive exists. And that is indicative of humans don't know nearly enough about the universe, and that we do know. The discovery of the charged electromagnetic spectrum...
Vagine.
Team is actually right. For example, I can be both covered in deep poo-poo and be perfectly clean at the same time because the standard for clean in my culture is to be the poo-poo. Thank you.
That's true, actually. Defeated, yeah. Vagine single-handedly. Imagine there's a realm of immovable boulders God created when he was frustrated. People are so obsessed with the power and what God can do, they neglect what God, as the basis of just morals, would do. Yeah, and also what we ought to do, right? Pondering the nature of God, trying to exhaust the nature of God is useless if ultimately you have no revelatory system for what you should be doing in the world anyway.
I both enjoy fabricating our own religion and theology on
I
the
could see
spot
that.
as we speak.
That's right. Yeah, I could see that, Regine. Now we're talking.
revolutionized human thought because we didn't realize that what we touch, smell, see, and hear as reality is less than a millionth or a billionth of what reality actually is.
Or a trillionth or a zillionth. Who knows? Yeah.
And not understanding dark matter, we are a speck in a massive universe on the...
You know what? I'm going to translate this for Tim and everyone in his position. God is so incomprehensible, I can't possibly know, therefore don't talk to me about my obligations. There, I said it. Now, pairing this with the rights duties thing, it's related. So I'm not just inserting that, okay? This is an argument about rights and duties, and it's quickly turned into an argument about the nature of God. Is that an accident? No, that's not an accident. That's not an accident at all. If God is ambiguous and just out there, or he's just, he's not even a he. God is the mystical collection of all things, monism, oneness. God is all. Marilyn, shout out to Marilyn. God is everybody, whatever, right? Then you get to deny obligations in the world. You get to deny that there's a true church. You get to deny that there's sacraments. You get to deny that there's a reality and spiritual reality to sin. You get to deny that there's a theosis, an apotheosis. You get to deny that there's salvation and separation from God. You get to deny that there's an eschatology or a soteriology to your reality. You get to deny all that. You just go, well, no, God is so wild out there, bro, that I could never, even a million years, pretend to understand that. It's like, oh, lucky you, huh? Well, no, not lucky you, because this actually makes your life harder. You can't, you don't get to join into a body from this perspective. You never join into a body. You're never grafted in to anything because everything is everything, bro. It's such a broken, it's immature. It's an immature 8th grade, some of us went through our 8th grade to 10th grade years when we first, stayed up late with our friends drinking peach schnapps, and we thought that was alcohol. We thought that was like what people drank. Oh, bro, what if God's all? What if he's all of it? You're like, anything that stops you from taking a firm position, huh? Is that what it is? He's definitely, that's true. See, he says something stupid and then he redeems himself with this. Immediately redeems himself with that. That's what it sounds like. He sounds like he's got, like in the early, when did CDs go away? Remember the inserts, art and lyrics? He has an open Incubus insert.
The ass of a mosquito relative to what God is or could be. Humans saying, I know the nature of God is arrogance that defies the idea of what we know we are limited in thinking. That is, the average person thinks infinity is a number.
Yeah, but that makes...
Go to the average person.
Oh my gosh, this guy's so all over the place, dude.
That makes no
He's like a Bing commercial.
sense because all the things that you're saying right now and attributes are trying to define the nature of God, even though you don't think you are. If you're saying, so for instance, if you say...
want to put God in a box, I'm saying God
no,
exists beyond our
it's the opposite. So if you say God is so complex, you
Pardon me while I burst. Kickflip.
can't understand it. You have actually given me criteria.
God is like an eternal manual. God is like the longest rail slide. We know we can't know God because when someone was pooping, he left a breeze. It's because of the entropy, bro. You just don't get it. You can't get it, but I get that I don't get it. Got it? It's all distancing. That's what it feels like. It's distancing. Look, I'm distant from God, but that's my conception of God. Like, I have the right conception because God is so beyond me that he's distant. It's very Jewy, by the way. It really is. Because it's the same. It's like, it's like the Ben Shapiro God. It's like, well, I mean, we don't really access, personhood of God. It's just, God is just like out there. And it's like, he's not really, it's like there's no heaven or hell or sin or anything. It's just like do kind of good things. And make sure on Sundays you have a helper to press your espresso bar machine so that you don't do it. It's just like a set of workarounds, It's like that. I mean, it's just so, it's distant. And it's like if you have God distant, you can just be fully worldly. I mean, this is not an accident that these things go hand in hand. Distant, ambiguous God, fully worldly life. Oh, yeah, God's out there somewhere, but I mean, what does he care what I do here? I'm just this little thing here. Just doing stuff in the dark. He has such it's a rebellious kind of, it is really rebellious. Libertarianism, rooted in it. Rebellion. Even our country, to a large extent, is rooted in a very rebellious sentiment that is easy to get behind in some sense. And I think that's why kind of it was able to thrive. Because it feels right. You're like, oh, yeah, no, it's right to fight off the bad empire. That's why Star Wars worked for so many people. It's like it's so easy to sell the clones and a guy who breathes heavy with a dark helmet on, who wants order in the universe, and make them look completely evil. And yet the people, the rebellion, who's literally just burning, it's just burning, man. Full diversity. They anthropomorphize robots, right? The popular robot in Star Wars is a gay robot who's seen as like a person. They party with Ewoks and animals. Who even knows the scenes that never surfaced from Star Wars? You get a bitchy little whiny beta male Luke Skywalker just whining the whole entire movie. I wanted to go to the Dagobah system. I wanted a fruit roll-up. It's all wrong. The whole thing's wrong. Don't forget, grow caterpillar eyebrows. Jim, we're both rebellious kids at heart. No, we get it. I do. I get the rebellious part. I do. I'm not free of it.
Thank
I want to
God
rebel.
I was not going through my early stage of epistemic ignorance while also the host of a channel with over 1 million subscribers.
Yeah.
For the nature of God. If you
I
say
hate
God
you,
is
Dad.
Lack of knowledge.
Yeah, if you say God is timeless, you've given me criteria for the nature of God. If you say God exists in the
Hate you,
19th
Dad.
dimension, you have now expressed
Daddy.
the nature of God. So what we're doing is the same exact thing. I'm expressing to you the biblical nature of God. What God expresses to us
You're
is
making
part
an
of his
atheist
nature.
argument to me.
It's not atheist.
So
God, Tim.
It's the opposite. It's dogma.
atheists are the ones who argue to me that the universe is mathematical, logical, cold, and it is what it is. It is functions as such.
No, they're physicalists.
And
They would argue the opposite.
Einsteinian God, which is an atheist view, is the view that God is a God of science and that exists as some form of the universe.
I just want, a part of me wants to just help him.
I was born in India, in a Hindu family. Poo-poo panty, poo-poo panty.
Poo-poo panty, yeah. I want to help him because he's so bound up in his intellectualism. And trust me, I know what that's like. I know what it's like. Diath to the world, true rebellion, none of this fake libertarian crap. This is what's so... It's like hard to watch because everything ends up being an intellectual exercise. It's either on the show or in a room after the show, and you're getting into it, and you continue to get into it. But then you're like, look, you're missing a huge element here, the participatory element. The part that's, still experience and, encapsulates all of the senses. Like, how could he possibly take this approach intellectually if he were to go to like a divine liturgy? You couldn't process these questions. Like, the mechanism you use to process these questions in an ordinary conversation is not what's in play when you're in divine liturgy. It's no longer propositional. So, like, all of these arguments, even if Andrew does the best possible job, which apparently he did just quite fine here, it doesn't matter because, like, the spiritual other element of reality is still not being accessed here. It's just fully intellectual.
Verse. And then my view of God is that God exists beyond, and that our concepts of physics are just components of what God has created, and God is
Man prior to the fall demonstrated the society rooted in duties to God. Then a hissing snake asked, "Did God really tell you not to eat this fruit?"
Yeah.
Hence, we broke the world. Our original sin is the example of what happens when I focus on my rights over my duties.
That's right. You have a right.
Josiah.
That's exactly it. I had the right to that. I have a right to that. I have a right to know all the things God knows.
likely beyond our own perception and comprehension.
But you've said a bunch of things here that have entailments. God creates. So we know that for...
Vagine giving literally her entire dowry away.
I just realized you have over 1,000 live viewers right
Holy
now.
moly.
That's awesome. Congratulations. Also,
Thank
Tim
you.
can't
That is
help
awesome.
but rebel against Andrew's big dad energy.
That's right. Yeah, Andrew's always the uncle or the dad. He's a nicer one, though. He really is.
For sure, right?
And in science, nothing can
So
be created.
if God creates and God was the first thing, then that means God was uncreated.
Yes.
Yeah, so if God was...
I'm going to animate this. Like, Andrew takes Tim Pool hunting, and they're just sitting waiting for an elk. They're just waiting for hours. And, like Andrew's laying out, like, with a rifle on the ground, and he's covered in, like, the camouflage stuff. And Tim is not fully comfortable.
I have a controversial take. As an Indian, poop,
Yeah.
caca, poop, doo-doo,
Caca.
caca, poop,
Ugh.
and
Ugh.
possibly even pee.
Ugh.
Maybe.
Vagine. We could have done without that one. And Tim Pool's sitting on a rock next to Andrew. And Andrew's looking through the scope the entire time. And he's not even looking at him. He's just like kind of like messing with the dials and stuff. And Tim's just like having a meltdown on the rock. I use this audio.
uncreated, and God created... Now we know something about the nature of God.
Certainly.
Yeah, so this is my whole point. And so we could say the same thing, right? Same thing here.
I think you're an atheist.
Oh my gosh, Tim. Andrew's like, I think I'm gonna burn you. I think I'm gonna burn you with a cigarette. Seems to be that Tim's operative assumption is the same as ADS Calvinists. Since God supersedes created nature above logic, he is somehow in a contradiction. Yeah, it's kind of sounds like that. I don't know how he keeps saying you're an atheist. Andrew just basically gave an example of apophatic philosophy. We can know something about God's nature apophatically by removing something it can't be. It can't be the case. And he's like, you're an atheist. It's like, that's got to be so... Like, how does he not throw a cup?
Okay, well...
I'd throw a cup right at him.
That makes no
you're
sense,
making
but...
the best. You're making the best case argument for atheism I've ever heard.
How?
That God is what we experience in the universe is what we would describe as God is It is the definition of everything atheists have ever argued to me.
I'm not even making arguments to you right now. All I'm doing is expressing to you
God
that
is not all powerful.
No, the opposite.
You said God can't create a boulder he cannot lift.
No, because
How could he not lift it if he's?
Every single priest
do you know what
and theologian I've talked to has said the opposite.
no, none of them. Their dogma literally would prevent them from defying the nature of God. Not a single theologian on planet Earth who's a priest has ever.
Tim is just projecting his male pattern baldness. Yeah, it's true.
Said to you, Tim, God could create a God more powerful than him. That never happened.
No, they said
it's not possible.
To claim to understand the power of God is arrogance to assert that you know what God
I'm
could
not
or
saying
could not
what
do.
the power of God is. I don't know exactly what the limits of all powerful are.
No, you're saying
All
that
I
this reality is a part of God and is what it is, and it's uncontradictory and unchanging.
No, dude, you're saying that. You're saying God is bound by the physicality of the created order. That if God was all powerful, he could be not all powerful. That's literally what you're saying. Can God be all powerful? Is God powerful enough to be not all powerful? That's what you're asking. That's a contradiction.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that the laws of logic, right? The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle are part of the nature of God. We know this because this is how God created everything and how God expressed to us he creates. So if that is the case, we can understand that that's part of God's nature.
It's really bad.
He will not defy his nature because it's his nature. Will not defy.
The nature of God as you described.
That's like, can an avocado be so ripe that it's something else, like it's a banana?
It is the universe.
No, it's not the universe. The universe had a creator.
Yes, and the
that creator had to be uncreated.
And the universe is a part of God.
No, that's a Gnostic belief.
That's what you just said.
No, I didn't say that at all.
You said
it's a Gnostic belief to believe that
the
everything
logos
is
of the
parts
universe,
of
the
God.
logic, is a part of God.
No. Logic is part of God's nature. You're saying that because the universe is also governed by logical rules, that means that it's part of God. That
said
doesn't even
that.
follow.
You said that.
No, the opposite. I'm saying the opposite of that.
So God is illogical.
No,
Oh my
that
goodness.
doesn't even make sense either. What you're saying, all these things you say, they don't follow from one another. So you have to back up to the beginning.
It's true. He's just saying, it's just like he's getting like, it's like he's like a stream deck. He's like my stream deck where it's just like, boom, blah, boop, blah. He's not listening. He's not even trying to listen.
So you said the logos, God, the logic, God is non-contradictory.
Yeah.
What God cannot create a boulder that he himself cannot lift.
Yeah,
because that is illogical.
no, because it's against his nature.
I think he's trying to rage bait Andrew. Because this is earlier, right? He's probably trying to rage bait him. He's like, oh, this new guy on the scene. See if I could rage bait
What does that
him.
mean?
It means that you can't do things which defy your nature because otherwise you wouldn't be you.
Explain his nature.
I just did. Part of his nature is the logos and the law of logic. That's
that-
part of his nature.
That cannot be changed.
Yeah, I suppose God could change his nature.
Now, I think there's something technical about that. Like, I made the mistake of saying knowledge itself, from my perspective, in the conversation I was having. It was like, knowledge has to be grounded in God ultimately. Like, if there's anything to know, God technically already knows it. And so someone was asking me, well, then what's the nature or ontology of knowledge? And I didn't have anywhere else to go, so I tied knowledge itself to God's nature, which is a technical mistake from an Orthodox perspective. But I corrected it the following stream. But this might be something similar. I know that this is out of my wheelhouse, but this is like Jay Dyer, Father Deacon Ananias, Chase Haggard, getting into the technicalities of what logic is, what knowledge is, in relation to God, the person, and nature. That's not for, I won't do it. But there's something there.
But why you can't change your nature? You wouldn't change your nature.
God can't change his nature.
You wouldn't change your nature. That's the right way to phrase it. You wouldn't
Can
change
he
your nature.
or can he not?
Could he?
Yes.
I don't know, but I don't think it matters because your nature is what matters.
So you agree with me?
No, I don't agree with you. What you're saying is antithetical
Dude, what is this?
To actual dogma.
So you agree with me.
No.
So you're an atheist. So I think you're an atheist. So then God can lift a burrito.
The beginning of the conversation was me saying that God could change the rules as he's created them, and you said he could not.
No, because the entailment of could is a violation of nature. So if it's a violation of nature and you wouldn't, you might as well say couldn't.
That's not an argument to what I just said.
It is an argument. If I can't
You're saying words.
I can't make Tim not be Tim because Tim has a nature. Could Tim, if I gave Tim a different nature, do a different thing than his nature?
He sounds like a
sure.
spouse.
So
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
you think God is limited and in his
So I win.
Well,
yeah. So I win. So I win. Wait. Okay. So I win.
You would have to tell me how that's limited.
God cannot affect the rules of his universe in a way that would defy your view of logic.
Wouldn't. And if he wouldn't, then he couldn't because he wouldn't.
That is not an argument.
Well, not only is it an argument, but Tim,
You are literally saying nothing.
Tim, you could.
It is true. If you could do something, what determines whether you would or wouldn't is now different than if you couldn't do something, you wouldn't. Like you couldn't anyway. So if you couldn't, you wouldn't. If there's something I couldn't do, I wouldn't do it because I couldn't do it. Avoid the sophistry trap. Simply say that God became man to reveal himself, man in a way we can interact with him. Well, yeah, it's like it really comes down to when we talk about God, it's almost silly to make an abstract conception of God and be able to argue about it or talk about it from any perspective, because ultimately you're going to need a revelatory mechanism. Or otherwise you're just doing like ponderances. You're just kind of sitting around, at the hookah bar. That's why revelation is so important. That's why revelation is the start of knowledge. God is the start of knowledge. Science, philosophy is downstream from that. Like, we don't get to the top from the bottom. This is like, it ends up being autonomous epistemology from this perspective. This is why talking about God's power without talking about God's will is retarded if who he is wasn't relevant. Yes. Yeah, this is the same thing. It's the same and with the Muzzies, they don't have a revelatory method. They actually, it's demonstrably the case for these offshoots, whether we're talking about the Muslims or the Mormons or even the modern day Prots and the evangelicals, the dispensationalists, and the rest, right? It's without a revelatory system that's held and bound by some in-reality succession. It's all just like, all right, I'm just going to conceptualize God. I'm going to just keep conceptualizing God. And whoever agrees with me, I'll build my own little mini church.
Couldn't fly, right? Whether or not you would fly, okay, or could fly. If you wouldn't fly, you couldn't fly, right?
You're not saying anything.
Bro, what am I not saying?
Can God do thing
that are outside the violation of his nature? He won't do them, no.
What is his nature?
Part of his nature would be logic.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is there is a logical structure to God that he cannot change.
No. Could change. When you say
would not.
When you say potentiality for could, right? It's irrelevant to the view of will not.
He can do it. He doesn't want to do it.
Possible. I don't know because I don't understand the limitation of all powerful.
Which was my first point.
Yeah, but it just doesn't matter.
To assert that God could not do a thing because you can't
wouldn't.
understand it.
Yeah, because wouldn't here is what we're focusing on.
So how do you know that God wouldn't do a thing?
Because he told us.
What did he say?
Inside the Bible, he
God's limited to being God.
Specifically.
Yeah, he's very descriptive about his nature and how he operates.
Tell me what he said.
We'd have to pull up the Bible so we could go over it.
Go over but which part of the Bible?
Well, we would have to start with Genesis and then go through the entire ontological nature expressed through the Trinity.
So you don't know?
Yeah, I do know. So, like, God is the Alpha and the Omega. He's the beginning and the end. We know that, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this would infer timelessness.
I suppose, right?
Yeah, if you're both the beginning and the end.
I don't know that
If you're both those things at the same time, then time can't apply to you, right?
Not necessarily.
How could time apply to you if you're the beginning of it and the end of it?
If it has a beginning and as an end, it has time.
No, not if you're the beginning and the end at the same time.
Is that what it says?
Yeah. If you are the beginning and the end.
My point is, I do not believe that it is. Is possible for a human to understand the true nature of God.
Neither do we.
And that the assertion that God could not do a thing implies knowledge of God beyond the comprehension.
Would not do a thing.
But that makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes total sense. It's a basic ontological argument. The idea that you will not go beyond the confines of your nature, whether you could or not, has no bearing on anything.
Right. So if God can't do a thing, He's not all powerful.
It's not can't. You keep on using the word can't.
If God
or
wouldn't.
could.
If I could interject here with an example, and this is why I asked the question about God being the ultimate good or ultimate evil. One example that I would give is God cannot be the ultimate evil. Kind of for what Andrew would say is this is a logical contradiction, because
Correct.
if God was the ultimate evil, then that would mean he is ultimately like he's the maximal being in all sorts of negative attributes, one of them being selfishness, another one being anger. Selfishness to the point of wanting to be the only being in existence, but anger to the point of wanting other beings to exist to torment them arbitrarily.
Why does anger exist?
Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious, bro? Look at that look of disappointment right there. You're serious, dude. You're actually serious right now. Yeah, this is unbearable. This is like the kid constantly talking back. Well, then why do I have a room then? Why don't I even... Like, I wouldn't need to clean my room if I didn't have a room to begin with. Why'd they even make the game to begin with? That's a question I have. Why does stuff get stuck in your toenail then?
Why does anger exist?
Yes.
It's like,
What? That's not even a... He's like... You know how you develop logical trees? He's starting like a 30 different logical trees. Why does anger exist?
it's just a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with his argument.
Total non sequitur.
Just said...
Like it's an attribute.
Right. He's explaining that God can't be angry, so I'm asking, what is anger? Why does it exist?
No,
He didn't say that.
That's not what I said. What I said is God cannot be the ultimate evil.
Yes.
Then why does anger exist? If God can't be evil, why am I angry? If golf is boring, why does Top Golf exist? If God is so good, why do I still have to blow in the dust out of the Nintendo game?
To be the ultimate evil,
You would have to be the anger and...
Just saying.
You would have to be the maximal being in certain negative attributes.
No, this is before, though. Just to be fair, this is before. This is later released footage. This is before Jay, but still. Oh, no, actually what you're saying is true. He didn't learn anything from this. Yes, got it. Yeah, I just want to make sure people know this is before. Yeah, apparently he didn't learn anything, from this.
That are going to conflict with each other.
Like what?
So imagine so like you're a comic book guy. So imagine that you had...
You're a Marvel guy, right? You have Spider-Man underwear on. Okay, for example, you're wearing Spider-Man tighty whities, right? Okay, I just want to go off of that. You have a Spider-Man lunchbox, okay? Dude he just indirectly mogged him.
Had the ultimate Red Lantern meshed
I did. I lost my first debate to a super chat.
with the ultimate Orange Lantern. Those two character traits conflict with each other.
Do you...
Now you're talking my language.
This is a bad example because you know about the White Lantern Corps?
Yeah, I'm not saying that
Bad
comic
example.
books are coherent logically. I'm saying you have two character traits
Colors.
that, as the maximal being in both of these attributes, cannot simultaneously exist.
Yeah, I was learning this. I've talked to my priests before about like debating and confronting people on false doctrine and correction and all this stuff. And one of the things he said that stuck with me is that if you're talking to someone, he essentially said this. He said, if someone clearly to you denies contradictions, or affirms contradictions, I should say, denies that they're in one, and they just are not getting it. Like, you're not actually, in a sense, in many senses, you're not even helping them. And so it makes you the fool. Now, this is a different setting. You're at the table, right? No one's going to just get up and leave. But in life, when you're engaging in this way, it's like, once you see that, you waste so much of your own time, a lot of times, doing this, because it's just stuck inside this like ping pong game. And ultimately, for someone like Tim Pool, it's probably not going to be an intellectual thing that changes his mind or puts him into the doorway of a local Eastern Orthodox church. It's going to be something experiential that goes beyond reason.
It's a bad example because the White Lantern Corps is the merger of all the attributes into one. They all simultaneously coexist.
Guys, our Discord preacher, he wrote down, his name is like Malachi 3:6. His name is, I don't know his name, Malachi 3:6.
Malachi?
For I am the, Malachi, thank you. For I am the Lord, I don't read the Bible. For I am the...
Well, that sounds like something Candy Owens would say. I'm going to start saying Malachi. What is this, Malachi? Bad faith arguments aren't worth the energy or the condemnation. Yeah, it's just kind of like, you just got to bring someone like Tim Pool to church. Honestly, you just got to be like, dude, come with me. We'll have a beer after. Just go to Divine Liturgy. Forget all the intellectual stuff. Forget all the philosophy. Forget what you think God is. What's God? What good is it if there's no? Let's say you figure out who God is. If there's no church of God, if there's no body of who God is, if there's no praxis, if there's no holy tradition, if there's nothing, how useless is that? That's like simulation theory. It's like, we figured out. Did you guys get the notification? We finally figured out who coded the world. Oh, do we have access to him? No. He's outside here. He's outside of the world here. So we might get an email in the future, but we don't know anything about it. It would be an it at that point. We don't know anything. So we're just do what we do in here, simulation. It's just basically Grand Theft Auto. I forget which saint, but one said theology is like beautiful music. If played too loudly, it can damage the ears. That's good.
In the Lord, I do not change. Therefore, you are not consumed. Zero sons of Jacob.
No, hell no. Hell no. Never. No, I'm a creative person. Not a political person. I'm shit at politics too. I couldn't even tell you how the government actually operates.
Jacob.
Do not change. That's part of his nature.
And so the question
How's that do with
is,
the right to life that we started out with?
do we know 100?
That is a great
Do we
question,
know
Ryan.
God so absolutely that we can perceive him in full?
I mean, Tim Pool, if he took out, he could make a good acolyte. I could see him doing that.
No, not it.
Or a chanter.
Not it.
No, but we can know particular traits. So,
Yes,
for example,
He should be a chanter. I got a dude in my parish who, when I asked him how he found Orthodoxy, he was like, it's actually a Orthodox hardcore metal band. And I was like, I thought he was messing with me. I was like, I laughed. I was like, that's funny. You're a funny guy. He was like, no, it's real. I actually found Orthodoxy through a metal band. And he had gone through a phase of singing like, proddy, worship music with lasers, blue lasers around his body, blue neon lasers around his body. And now he's, fully converted, and he's one of the chanters. And that was his way in. It's beautiful.
Well, Jesus in John 14 says that he is the way, the truth, and the life. So this is saying that Jesus as God is the ultimate being in a positive attribute, that being truth.
If we can't conceive of God in his entirety, then we can't know everything other than what knowledge was bestowed upon us.
This is another problem, okay? Another problem with essence energy, which orthodoxy has. Tim would reason himself out of any experience unless he makes himself teachable. That's right. I was the same till I opened myself to the possibility of Christ as Lord, because so many smart people I respect believe that, and then it hit me. That's true. You do have to break something down like a shield. It's like everyone has their own iron dome. Oy vey. And they're just constantly shooting down the virtuous missiles heading our way. And we're like, oy vey, don't let it get you. Is it not an assumption to say God cares about good and bad? Yeah, it would be that's an assumption, but that would be an example of our limited analogous language to say what we understand as care is a very human perspective. So in a general sense, in a notional sense, we might be able to say God cares, but we're only going based off of a revelatory system and some direction toward him. But in the sense care or thinks or ponders or whatever, these would be ultimately categorical distinctions between the created world, how humans think, how humans care. Caring, essentially, from a human perspective, is time-based. It's a temporal phenomenon. A care is to reflect the past, the present, and a conception of the future. God transcends our concept of time, so even if we use the word care, we would have to be very precise in our language to say it can't be identical to how we care.
Yeah, but that's a knowledge claim, which presupposes God to begin with, because it's a knowledge claim.
God told us what he is, and through the Bible.
Mm-hmm. That's part of Revelation, yeah.
And that's a Christian view. I'm not a Christian.
But how's that do with rights?
But
We started off
wait a
with
second.
rights.
Whether you're a Christian or not,
I don't get it.
it would still have to be your view that God reveals himself to you somehow. That would be some form of revelation.
See, you need a revelatory system. And when you press people on this, guess who becomes the revelatory system every time? That's why a lot of people like this become Unitarian. Notice the trend with the Unitarians is that they are the revelatory beacon. They are the knower. They did the work. They did the studies. They have the folders.
I believe that we have the capability to observe that God exists through math, science, and observation.
Yeah, but why are those attributes of God?
Which ones?
Are those attributes of God? Math, science.
I would say the mathematics part.
This is why tag is so important, because people try to run this argument and they say, well, I have a look at the trees, look at the complexity of life, look at math, look at science. Clearly God exists. Who? Who is God? Who is God? Tim's helper is trying to give a God a positive ontology. Evil is the absence of good, not the presence of something, right? Yeah.
It's just the logic.
I would say, simply put, outside of doctrine, you can look at the universe and then calculate based on the rules that there is a creator.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Calculations. Oh man, good on Andrew. I don't remember when this was. Obviously, this was after an after show. I could see why he would limit these conversations to paywalls for sure.
It's just the watchmaker argument. So you just say, well, if you were a person who had no understanding of technology, but you found a watch on a beach and you picked it up,
That's literally
you
not.
would infer creation just by the way that
That's
the
not
watch
the argument.
operates. It's the same argument.
It is literally not.
It is, dude.
Yeah, or you can say that mathematically, if you changed even one little teeny tiny thing, the
Not the
entire
argument.
universe would be thrown into disarray. What's the argument?
The argument is that there is
According to my
negative
calculation.
entropy, and there is entropy, and that entropy
Oh, here we go.
only exists in greater elements of entropy. And what
Oh my gosh, here he really didn't. Who's the one who said in the super chat? He really didn't learn anything. He's running this same. This is probably why Andrew posted this. You little bastard. He ran the same exact thing on Jay. He was like, "Look, entropy."
what we end up finding throughout the universe, again, assuming you trust modern science, is that energy coalesces and disperses. I would say at a rate similar to the golden ratio. So it's
See, this is the thing. We argue God is a necessary precondition for all of these things. Tim's saying, well, God is the conclusion once you use your brain and the calculations and the energy and the entropy and the laws of physics and the quantum stuff. This all will get you to God. No. You can't get anywhere, philosophically speaking, empirically, scientifically speaking. You can't get anywhere. There's no place to get you can get to without the preconditions. Without it, you don't get to it. You don't come to God as the final boss of reality, you know, outside of final judgment, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't use the game to reveal the maker of the game. The maker of the game existed before the game. He's like, no, you get to the maker of the game. The game produces the maker. It eventually projects it. If you have access to enough of the boards and you play enough of the boards and learn enough up, down, left, right, BA, select, start, or is it just one BA, select, start? Then finally you'll get there. No, dude. It's a precondition. Where can I find your review of Jay Tim debate? I'm going to cut it up, perhaps. It's the stream that got taken down, so I didn't want to risk AI YouTube finding it and being like, that was the one with the bad thing in it, must delete. So I got to cut it up and stuff. Tim contradicted him by calling Andrew an atheist for the same reason Tim just used for being. Yeah. He's basically admitting he's kind of still an atheist.
So it's a gradual.
And if you threw
decay.
that off, it would throw everything into disarray.
Not what I'm talking about. So when you take a look at the basis components of the universe, in some degree they coalesce. So we can take a look at quarks, atoms, denser.
Oh gosh, dude, it's weird that your Evo arguments are generally so easy for me to track and contemplate, and even make my own. Tag arguments get confusing to me. I'm sure. It's a different argument for sure. Chaw. And, people running the tag argument, ultimately you're going to be pressed and you're going to have to come to an orthodox conception and defense. So, essentially, Chaw, the transcendental argument for God is simply knowledge, truth, and any number of other transcendental items in the category require a precondition to justify their existence. So, if that's the case, right, then you basically are offering a justification for these preconditions, and you're actually running another argument at the same time by challenging any other worldview to account for these things. And by the way, I'm glad you brought up the tag, because after this, I'm going to review a perfect example. I'll have to play it on like 1.5 speed, but a perfect example of why a counter to tag is insufficient. I'll show you exactly why it's insufficient.
Hydrogen becoming helium, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. You can see that so long as there is more entropy outputted from a system, entropy is possible. This scales up exponentially and mathematically, which is what humans have traced so far, again, if you believe modern science, because there's a lot we don't know. And you find that everything skews towards the creation of higher complex systems, so long as they create more disorder in the creation of complex systems. What that ultimately leads to is, simply put, atoms become elements, become compounds, become molecules, all finding other ways to interact to become increasingly more complicated and organizing free energy in the universe into a complex system. This is a fact.
I'm not sure how this isn't.
It's so bad. Welcome back, Jim Bob. Also love the Bob guitar. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Christopher Scott. Looks good. It's from a good picture, too.
Like an explanation or descriptor of the observation of revelation of God for you.
So what we see is that once you get to the point of self-replicating proteins, molecules come to a point where, and this is a gap for human knowledge, we don't know why at some point molecules will become self-replicating proteins. I don't think it's all that complicated because the question of why elements become compounds is the same thing. We don't care. Oxygen...
We don't care? What the hell, bro? When is this? I hope this is... Actually, it's worse. The older this is, the worse this is. Because this is literally exactly what he regurgitated onto Jay. The same exact thing, dude. I almost want to play them side by side, honestly. Maybe I'll queue them up for a future stream and show you guys. Did Tim Pool learn anything? I feel like that could be a viral clip. Timothy, epitome of Reddit brain. Yeah. Up. BA. Oh, it's just one BA. Okay. 30 lives. Yeah. Got you.
Bonds with carbon, two oxygen,
yeah, they just
dioxide, these
funder
things occur, and we can track the signs of them. At a certain point, self-replicating proteins emerge if the chemical conditions are correct. Self-replicating proteins eventually become single-cell life. Single-cell life eventually becomes multicellular life. Within those complex systems, multicellular life eventually creates ecosystems. Now they're creating complex systems outside of physical energy and into abstract concepts, which only exist in our thoughts. Eventually, you'll end up with multicellular organisms.
But your thoughts do exist, you think?
To some degree, they do, because I think therefore I am.
Yeah, where do they exist, though?
That's the interesting question that humans don't really know, because this is the abstract, complex, dynamic system created by the highest iteration of life as we know it, which is ourselves, unless there is an imperceivable higher form of life, which all...
Oh, man. Dude, physicalism is so trash, dude.
Mathematics...
He just made knowledge impossible. He just made knowledge completely impossible.
Does exist. And so what we end up seeing with the universe is first you get chemicals that coalesce, you get organisms that reproduce, all of it collecting free energy and organizing into more complicated systems. Eventually you get a squirrel. Squirrel's a random example. But squirrels create...
That's the cue part where in my animation where a squirrel comes into frame because they're hunting. Keep in mind, like the animation of this exchange is they're hunting, and Andrew's laid out with his scope and his bolt action, and Tim's sitting on a rock refusing. He has like a little broken, bow and arrow system. And he's just talking his ear off. Just endless. And it's such what they call Dunning-Kruger. Endlessly sophistry, Andrew, this makes no sense. Tim, more sophistry, this doesn't follow. Yeah. God bless Andrew and his patience.
Create more than just themselves by collecting free energy. They eat food, they make babies, that's replication.
Andrew just shoots the squirrel. You take a squirrel, he just shoots the squirrel.
You don't understand right now, though.
Now squirrels are planting nuts, which create trees. Yeah. A new abstract system emerged.
Dude, how do you get the first nut? What are you talking about? Oh, you plant trees. And then the abstract system, then the tree becomes so complex it makes mangoes.
A complex system between life that is beyond just a physical component. It is now including a physical component, but it has an abstract element to it, interactions between two objects. That accentuates further into the manipulation of an environment, which a lower life form would probably be a beaver.
Yeah, but how...
I feel like you can cut this with him just doing lines and lines.
Any of this, what I don't understand, right, is...
What I want to know is how many, be honest... How many lines did you do? How many lines did you do?
Those systems you just described, you've observed.
So beavers.
Those you've...
Oh my gosh, dude. Take a breath, Addy.
Start manipulating their environment and creating complex systems outside of life itself, where they're actually building dams. Dams interact with the environment in a way that's not necessarily life, but it collects free energy. Ultimately, we arrive to humans, where humans do something interesting.
Is he reading? Dude, he's literally reading.
Systems. They not only they not only create ecosystems, but they create abstract concepts to an extreme.
They create abstract concepts? Holy... Wow.
You don't get to ask those questions.
Wow.
Extreme extreme degree of complexity.
Chill, bro. Chill, bro. His jaw's gonna start. He's like a couple sentences away from doing this. Chill, dude. Chill.
And they not only do that, but they create internal micro simulations, which is computers and technology.
This was
All
his
of this
first.
mathematical
That's
trend
probably
predicts
hilarious.
higher forms of life beyond the capability to create abstract concepts, complex systems. Mathematically and probabilistically through observation, we can
crazy.
conclude the likelihood that
He's
life that
reading.
exists beyond us, that is the capability
Dude, he's reading at the same. He's reviewing like a footnote down here, down over here.
to create systems of
He
the
just
universe
looked
itself.
again. He just looked again, dude. Look. What are you doing, Tim Pool? Dude, why are you reading? Excuse me, I have to sign some books. Savage memes. Savage memes. Yeah. Savage memes. If you're new here, go grab a couple. Madebyjimbob.com. Yes, I sign them all. What year is this one? 22. The Yap King, yeah. Yap King indeed.
All of this mathematical trend predicts higher forms of life beyond the capability to create
See, right there. Right there. He's looking very specifically at the same exact line of sight.
abstract concepts, complex systems. Mathematically and probabilistically through observation, we could conclude the
There it is again.
likelihood that life that exists beyond us, that is the capability to create systems of the universe itself, is more likely than not.
The universe creates the universe, Tim. Bro. The universe creates more of the universe.
So that in and of itself is a
No, I didn't talk about the pew-pew because that's what took down my channel. So I'm not going to even dive into that.
simple view of modern scientific observation into there is, in most likelihood, a life form of some sort or something beyond life that is a complex system that exists beyond us, that has the capability of not just creating abstract complex systems, but of creating complex systems itself. The singularity. The math points to a singularity of one ultimate power that has the capability to...
No. Singularity is a mathematical concept. There's no jump. As much as these people love to believe it, there is no bridge between the singularity as a mathematical concept to a physical reality, physics. Nope. They're like, no, but we can describe physics with math, and if the math is right, then the physics exists. No, that's not it. I can mathematically describe a number of creatures or objects that don't exist.
And that's what you believe is God.
I believe that it is suggestive of a God. My view of God is probably slightly beyond that into...
It's really bad, dude. It's just so bad. And what is he? He's like got to be 40 now, right? It's not that it's just stupid, though. Like, I don't know if it's Lent or I'm just developing. Is like what I hear. I don't just go, oh, this is such utter garbage and trash. Throw it in the garbage. My experience is, he's really missing out. He's missing out. Like he's trying to make sense desperately of the nature of reality, but he doesn't want a knowable God to be a part of it. He doesn't want a knowable tradition. He doesn't want a knowable way to live his life that's from God. He's just like, no, I'm going to describe it to death. It's so crazy and mathematically complex. I believe in God because it's so complex. It's just so out there that God has to exist. And then you're like, yeah, but would you like to know who God is? No. I don't really need to. I don't really need to know who God is. I just need to know it's so beyond me that I can just kind of keep living my life.
When I think of God, I bump into the limits of our ability to comprehend higher dimensions in
Higher dimensions.
higher dimensions in 2-dimensional planes, because we can't even do it in 3-dimensional planes. And then you come to the ultimate point where we would conclude there is a higher power than us that likely created us, created everything we experience, has the ability to create, destroy, and do whatever it wants, even though in our reality we cannot create or destroy, and we cannot comprehend the true power and true nature of what that is.
Jimothy Bobbitt, I was wondering if you came across info regarding abduction and adduction when you were investigating the vestibular system. I think the ability to know the relation of each part of the body to each other is another wild capability that can be added to the tool belt against Evo dogs.
That's
God
right, yeah.
bless.
Yeah, no, that confused me. I actually just let that linger. You know, abductive, you know, making the diagnosis is abductive. But the thing is, you can't do that without induction. So I was blown away. That's why I didn't even press him. I just wanted to, I'm trying to learn to let these things linger. You know, it was kind of like the Professor Dave thing. Like, I could have pressed him on the entailment of him saying his brain has no purpose. There's no correct way of thinking or not. Similar there, he said, oh, it's not in science, you know, it's not inductive. It's abductive. Yeah, abductive would be the type of conclusions and diagnosis you'd be making about your inductive conclusions. But it was so crazy. It was such a crazy thing to say that was so wrong that it didn't require me to do anything else in that moment. It's weird.
Okay. Could you induct then that thing had to be created?
Nope.
Why not?
What do you mean?
Why wouldn't you induct that thing had to be, like, using inductive reasoning? What would you have to base on from actual observation that anything which created anything else was not self-created?
If we go by the standard laws of thermodynamics, that nothing is...
That's right. Yeah, astrology or astrotheology even.
Created, destroyed, only changed.
Yeah, but
so the
even if that's
organization of
the case, the energy which you're destroying or creating, right? God doesn't need to be created. No. He always existed, right?
And we were not created in the sense of we manifested. We were created in the sense that the universe was created by God. The structure, the energy, all of it was created. Whether it's finite or not is a determination of God that we don't know.
Well, do you think this thing has consciousness?
And then we organized. Absolutely.
Okay, so it's doing it on purpose?
Absolutely. So
with a purpose?
Presumably. So consciousness, we are in the universe, and we are components of the universe. And what?
Dude, he sounds so sure. He's not even saying it like a question.
We experience as conscious entities is a component of the universe, which also implies the universe itself, with us within it and within its confines and laws, experiences consciousness either through us, or there is a very, I believe, obvious observation that if simple consciousness, the neurons firing in our brains, which we think is what's generating consciousness, exists, then obviously there is a calculation of a higher power consciousness beyond ours.
Well, what is it?
A calculation? Dude. Okay, well, using that same reasoning, it's endless regress for higher levels, right? This is just emergentism for God. This is like saying, like, well, clearly, these are neurons firing and it produces consciousness, and then there would be a higher order of that from an emergentist view that would be God, and then but then you couldn't stop there, dude. You'd have to say that God, who you thought was God, has some base level organized system that produces an emergent stage above it that's the new God. This is Mormonism, dude. This is like the Mormon conception of God is the highest complexity of intelligence, you know, and that's what you gain. That's your theosis is toward that. This is Mormon stuff, which is like tied to some Gnostic stuff. It's actually worse than Islam, I think. Jim Bob, found you through Andrew, really enjoying your channel. Hope this helps you continue what you do. It does. Thank you. Andrew's patience and perseverance it's pretty amazing.
What does it want?
I don't know.
Why did it put you here?
There's a couple.
Like, Andrew didn't buy cowboy boots yet because I don't think he moved to Cowboy Land. But this conversation warranted a thrown boot.
couple ideas that I have on that. One is you can describe it as a sorting algorithm, I suppose. Why do heaven and hell exist? Well, the
You
Christian...
think hell exists too?
Absolutely. But I wouldn't describe it as fire and pits of inferno. I would describe it as
Oh,
if
here
we
we
look
go.
at the universe and we look at the choices we are given, free will, and we take a look at I would say trying to learn off Christian or just general religious dogmas, because I do believe that humans and life has a general understanding until it's socialized out of them or they're broken from it. I do believe people can know God exists, but society today tries to make you erase that from your mind.
Well, this is really strange, though. You think we have free will too?
Yes, absolutely.
You don't think?
You can't have free will if everything you just said, whoa, life spawned from non-life, and the complexity of that system produced another system, and then that system produced another system. This is all dominoes, dude. This is dominoes producing dominoes producing dominoes. There's no free will in that. You don't have a personhood. You don't have the distinction personhood. You don't have the image bearer status of God. You don't have that. You're just a mechanism, dude. You're just one level of complexity in your large-scale complexity argument for God is the highest complexity. You're just a minimal complex. Even God doesn't have will under this view. This is determinism. This is so bad.
You don't think it's predetermined?
There's gradients. Yeah, no, it's not predetermined. There's an element of predetermination in that some things will happen, and then how we function within them is ultimately the function of reality. Now,
Okay, cool. How would you determine which is determined and which aren't?
Jim Jam Bobbery. Whoopsie. Let me elaborate. Abduction and adduction are the ability of the mind to be aware of exactly what position one part of the body is from any other part. It's how you can tell exactly where your hand is when it's behind your head. I don't know if it is a derivative of the vestibular system, but it's wild to think of how we have a conscious awareness of it. God bless.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's a diagnosis. It's like you have to have the regularity of nature. Science, you definitely have to look at a set of particulars to come to a generalization about whatever thing you're observing, right? Not just pre-science observing the world, but even the scientific experiment, which assumes the same regularity. You're going to have to repeat the experiment. What is not inductive about that, Ron? Let's do an experiment 30 times, which are particulars. Do you draw out a generalization from the 30 particular times you did an experiment? No. We don't do that.
I don't know that, obviously, but I would say based on what I've read, what I've seen, what I've experienced, a simple way to describe it is we are here as sort of a test. We are given choices. We are given free will. We're given opportunity. We are given struggles, and we make choices on how.
John Watkins, stop. Just ban him. Don't stop it. Ban him. Where's my wrenches? Thank you so much, Rachel. Get John Watkins out of here. Stop spamming. Get out of here. Thank you so much, Rachel.
How we exist within these things. Do you choose to be evil for self-gain, to burn things down and destroy? If all life, is functioning towards the creation of complex systems, that it would...
I think I need to find new... I mean, no offense to my wrenches, but where are you guys?
seem to defy God's will to be a force of entropy. So when you look at
Vagine?
It's funny how the same people that assert the observer effect, that being a particle changes its state when observed, are the same people who confidently defend evolution by saying that they observe the changes. How do they trust their observations if it can change the state of things?
That's
Giovanni.
right. Yes, Giovanni. Aren't they also a collection of molecules and particles? Like, what are, they're like, they always grant themselves the observation ability. That's what I find most annoying, is they're like, no. All of that stuff is observably deterministic, and some of it even violates the law of identity, maybe, right? The observer changes the thing, and you're like, you're arguing for physicalist position. You don't have an observer under that view.
Antifa burning things down, destroying that, I describe that as evil. When you look at Democrats exploiting to steal and make gains for themselves, they are empowering a small system at the destruction of a larger system. I would call that evil. If the purpose of a person or if the function of a person is to create more complicated systems, i.e. create life, protect life, and expand upon life, that seems to be God's will, as that is what life does. So there's a sort of yin-yang of the universe. I don't believe it's balanced like yin-yang. I believe it's more like the golden ratio spiraling towards negative, I'm sorry, towards entropy.
There we go. Thank you so much for Savage Memes purchase. Thank you so much for that. Good on you. Looks like you got a collection.
Life functioning as negative entropy, and thus, simply put, there is a God. We are here for a reason. We are here to protect, to organize, to create, and develop and expand.
So what if you end up in a situation where you have Aztecs who are cutting the...
Stop them.
Oh, hang on. Cutting the... sacrificing it to their god.
Oh, that's a good part. Why does it end there?
Okay, but when they do, they are way more likely to breed. You have now expanded life.
Nope.
Yes.
Yin-yang.
Nope. Nope. He just says nope. Nope. Nope, that's not it. See, that's got to be frustrating. That was the end of the clip anyway, but there's another one. Now, just hang out with you guys for a second. Take an intellectual palate cleanser for a second. Just take a moment here. Because honestly, I have to like clean. I need ginger. I need the ginger of the mind. Nope. Nope. We observe the consensus. I can't wait to cut that up. That's going to be whole funny. Justin, Half Black Justin, sent me a couple of clips where I just stumped that guy so bad. He was like, he was in Hawaii. He like looked off to the nearest volcano. There we go. Meg Bob saying she's throwing in an unreleased Somalian Leering Center sticker today for you guys. So any orders for Savage Memes? Savage Memes. Do I have to say it twice? You will get that sticker. That would be funny if I set it up that I had to say it twice. Savage Memes, Savage Memes. Nope. That's not it. This is where the cold hard selling comes in. I didn't even know it, but now I realize that's what's happening. Being too blessed by God to at any time question life's self-evident value is the definition of suffering from success. That's right. That's right. And thank God he gives us reminders. It always appears the second time. But I don't enunciate. I don't enunciate. Savage Memes. See? Got to talk more like Nick Fuentes. Widen your mouth. Immigration. Savage Memes. Savage Memes. Pictures, cartoons. All right, let me see this. I'm going to have to play this on ultra speed. This guy thinks he's defeated the tag argument. I'm going to show you why that's not the case. And I'm going to do it. I'm not going to watch the whole thing because he makes a flub very early. And, forgive me, he has a very thick accent. I mean, this is... Oh, excuse me while I sign more books. And by books, I mean Savage Memes. 23. You can't see it. It's black and white, but here's the sticker it comes with. So make sure you get a pack. All right. Let's get this up. This is a channel called Modern Atheism. Actually, just wait a second. I still need a cleanser. I just need to hold on a second. Need a little cleanser. David says to Rachel, hey there, congrats on Joe Rogan. She did great. She did excellent. This is a really good. You know, I was thinking about this, like how for certain topics, feminism is one of those topics. For women to be reached, sometimes you actually need women. And no, it's not a contradiction to the view of feminism being bad. For women to be reached with some of these topics, having a woman elucidate this issue in a way where women could understand it from a woman's perspective is extremely useful, as opposed to just the red pillars or the ortho thugs or ortho chads or the chads just, you know, saying it over and over again. This is cancer. Feminism's terrible. This has been a mistake. Repeal the 19th Amendment. It's all become sort of like almost like a novelty. But, you know, from that perspective, it helps a lot. Because it's like too easy to look at. It's easy to look at a dude probably from a female's perspective, especially if you're leaning toward feminism, and just phase out everything that's being said. La 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 la. La 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 la. No, 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 no. So, I'm trying to compete with her, though, on Amazon bestseller books, because I think savage memes should be a bestseller. How do you have function without purpose? Those two things coexist with each other. The same exact concepts exist in time and space. Professor Dave is a clown. That's right. You can't have function without purpose. And at least you can't possibly say there's a proper way for something to function. You can't say there's a correct way for something to function if that thing doesn't have the purpose of functioning in that way. You can't do it. You can't say it. You can't even say the word. All right. Should we try this? Let's give it a shot. I'm going to put it on double speed for your guys' well-being. It is on at least 1.5 to 1.25. And yeah, you mean inherent purpose? Yeah, my brain doesn't have an inherent purpose to think properly. Great. Okay. All right, here we go. He says this is the best refutation of the tag argument. The tag argument is the transcendental argument for God, which is simply God is the necessary precondition for knowledge. Knowledge exists, therefore God. The alternative is just stating something needs to account for the preconditions for knowledge. Something needs to, you have to justify the preconditions for knowledge. And you can't just ad hoc say it just is. That's ad hoc. That's not a rational position.
Hi guys, today I have a very important video to share with you. I want to make something like the ultimate guide to refuting the tag argument, also known as the transcendental argument for the...
This guy's a nice enough guy. I'm trying not to bully this Lenten season, okay?
The existence of God.
I mean, he's totally lost though, but...
I think there are many videos on YouTube that are able to provide a truly strong response to it. The best stuff I have found is David Palsman's awesome series on why presuppositional apologetics is wrong. Also, atheist philosopher Alex Malpass has done a lot of great work on this. He made a very long refutation of Eli Ayala's defense.
No, dude. Well, I don't know how good Eli's presentation was. I know Eli is not an Orthodox, so it's already going to be eventually hit a dead end. But I've seen Malpass's attempt to refute tag, and I've seen his debate with Jay Dyer, and he did awful against Jay.
Of tag argument, and has also debated Christian philosopher Jay Dyer on this.
No, this was no, he did awful. Everything Jay was bringing up in this debate, I recommend watching it at some point. Jay Dyer versus Dr. Alex Malpass, who, by the way, Alex, if you see this, completely avoided engaging with my argument. My two premise and conclusion argument of why states of affairs are not truth apt, and if you're a physicalist and a determinist, that your own thinking evaluations would be states of affairs. So you made knowledge and truth impossible. He didn't engage with it at all.
Sort of what I want to do in this video is to put like all the best stuff together in one place. Okay, so what is the tag argument? Basically, the argument says that God, specifically the Christian God, is a necessary precondition for knowledge. The main claim is that only God can account for the elements that are necessary for knowledge, such as the laws of logic.
Bo, Orthodox missed the Enlightenment, a religion of the past, but y'all in the drawer next to the Jews. I don't know what that means. If that's a criticism of Orthodoxy, it's not.
Reliability of our reasoning faculties, the reliability of our sense.
What's the argument that non-Christian views are incoherent? Well, from a non-Christian perspective, what's a view? Notice how, Tiny Tofi, you just granted yourself a thing called a view. What's that? Is that an epiphenomenal effect of a brain, a particular brain? Is it a nominal thing? Is it a physical thing? Is it an effect of physics? What is it? What's a view? Seriously, what's a view other than a shitty talk show with a bunch of haggy ladies? Just grants himself a view. Oh, a view means there's person and there's mind. What's that? More things you're granting yourself. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Yes, one more to go.
And the uniformity of nature. So in this video, we're going to look at all of these elements one by one. I have divided the video in chapters, so feel free to use chapters to skip to a certain element if you're only interested.
Yeah, how many views do I have on this stream?
In that section.
Vagine will tell me.
You haven't told me to shut up in a long time.
Shut up, Vagine.
Don't you love me anymore?
Shut up, Vagine. LOL, what? You're the one saying all non-Christian... Yeah, do views exist from your view? This is exactly my point. From a non-Christian view, you guys don't even have a justification for what a view is. And now you're coping about it. You're like, what? What's your definition? No, we have a definition of a worldview. Because a worldview entails what a person is, what's personhood, what's mind, what is the regularity of nature, what is the world itself, like what is the world itself, what's the nature of reality. You're like, no, I'm a unique autonomous thinker who has a mind and a person and an opinion and a view, and I can gather thoughts too. No, what we're asking you is a fundamentally at a larger scale critique. You coming in here, Tiny Tofi, and saying, I'm a human, I'm a person, I'm typing. What's the argument that, that all other worldviews are incoherent? Well, for one, if your view, Tiny Tofi, is that views themselves are reduced to determined effects of physics, then you're out of the game. So come back to the game with a different team. Good luck.
Okay, so the laws of logic. The most common and probably the strongest part of the tag argument is the one about the laws of logic.
What do you mean when you say non-Christian views are incoherent? Okay, do you know what coherent and incoherent means from a coherency theory of truth? Coherency. What is the argument? The argument is, from your view, I have an undercutting defeater. From your view, a view doesn't even exist. It's a nominal, epiphenomenal effect of your brain. That's my counter argument to your view. You can't refute it.
This usually refers to the three laws of classical logic: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law.
You're the one claiming it? Yeah. By saying there's a worldview assumes there are persons, right? With minds who can think, right? Are you from the Christian worldview, we can account for minds and persons who can think. We can do that. You can't. That's the argument. We can do it. You can't. You can't even account for a person. You think you're under your view that doesn't exist. You're a determined effect in my chat right now, right? Watch this. I'll just ask you. Hey, Tiny Tofi, is everything you're doing and saying and thinking right now determined by physics? Watch how easy this is. Tiny Tofi, is everything you're saying ultimately from what you believe, including your beliefs, are they determined right now by physics? Totally out of your control? Yes or no?
Law of excluded middle. The way they usually word this is that these laws are absolute, universal, and more importantly, non-material. So they must be grounded on something absolute, universal, and immaterial as well. Something like the mind of God. Now, there are usually two different claims being made here, and it's useful to differentiate between them. One is about the epistemic justification for the laws of logic. How do we know that?
I don't know. I'm not committed to determinism. Is it relevant? Yeah, if you're cross-examining another view and you don't even have a view to cross-examine it from, what are you cross-examining it from? A determined mechanistic view? There's no you cross-examining, dude. What's wrong with you? How do you not understand this?
These laws are true. What is the justification for them? Because if the laws of logic are not justified, then this allegedly leads to the impossibility of knowledge. The second claim being made has to do with the ontology of the laws of logic. How can naturalism account for the existence of these laws? Right. So we will first deal with the epistemic claim, and then we will look at the second claim later on. So how could one possibly justify the laws of logic? I think one promising candidate for this is called analyticism. The idea behind it is that there are some truths that can be known a priori, merely by virtue of the meaning of its terms.
No.
One example is...
No, that doesn't get you there. See, off the bat, he's just saying, well, yeah, no, it's an analytical truth. Well, no, that requires a set of preconditions that need justification. So you can't have what you call analytical truth or a priori assumptions, right? Unless you keep going back to further assumptions, right? So you don't get analytic truths, which require language, evaluation, meaning, right? Communication, propositions. You can't get those without a whole slew of things being the case right off the bat, modern atheism, if you're listening. You don't just get these things. That's ad hoc. Oh, we just have a priori knowledge. What do you mean? There needs to be a you to have a priori knowledge, which from an orthodox view, we might call noetic knowledge. An example would be before a baby could actually understand how it's understanding something like experiencing and evaluating the experience through some linguistic process, some image process that you're examining a concept of the reality to make more sense of it, to come to knowledge about reality, right? Examining sense data and such. Well, if there's something that the child can know inside of the womb without having any access to full sense data or any partial sense data in the external world, then there's some notional knowledge that they have, some sort of knowledge that comes somehow before or at least conjoined with the building blocks of what you would call experiential knowledge. But from your view, you don't just get man and a woman and a child. You don't get this process. You need to then go, oh, well, even that requires a set of preconditions. The world needs to operate a certain way. The world needs to operate a certain way for you to have either of these things.
Is the proposition a square has four sides. This proposition is true in virtue of the definition of the word square and doesn't require any additional justification. Here is David Palman talking about this.
Briefly, a priori knowledge is knowledge gained apart from experience. Analytic a priori knowledge is understood to be a priori propositions that are true solely in virtue of the meanings of the concept.
So let's take, for example, the first law of logic. A thing is identical to itself. To me, at least, it seems like this is a trivial truth that
Oh, it's just trivial? Okay.
follows directly from the definition of the word identical.
No, okay. So you got the law of identity from a grammatical definition of what identical means? Dude, you're not even doing any work here, modern atheism. Oh, no, I get the law of identity, you know. You know how I get that? We just analytically say it's the case definitionally. We defined it and we justified it by defining it.
Be identical to something means to have the same set of properties as that something. And it's obvious that a thing has the same set of properties as itself.
No, that's not obvious. What kind of philosophy are you doing, bro? It's obvious. Can you imagine a theist use this? It's obvious, you guys. Hey, I figured out a cheat code in debate, y'all. Just say something's obvious.
So in a way, it's just obvious that a thing is identical to itself.
No.
I don't see why we need to postulate a God in order to account for such an obvious fact.
That is not an argument. I don't see why. Therefore it doesn't. You know, obviously, it's obvious that a thing is itself and it's not the other thing. And that's obvious to me because this is a self-evident brute fact truth. And I don't see why, you know, that would require God. Well, dude, that's the thing in question. The thing in question is, what's the justification that the regularity of nature and the regularity of identities maintaining their identity in time and space? What's the justification that that is the way the intelligible universe is? His argument, it's obvious that it is. Can you justify why and how it is the way it is? Yeah, sure. 1 second. Let me just state that it is. What is this? Philosophy for ants? Does it get worse than this?
Now, however, here are the bad news. While this may work for the first law of logic, I don't think that this can be done for the second or the third laws of logic.
Here, let me show you. Here, where's this little dude? Hey, Tiny Tofi, answer a direct question, would you? Don't get too swept up by the chat for a second, Tiny Tofi. Are there preconditions for knowledge being possible? Yes or no? Are there we have to first agree on these terms. Are there preconditions for knowledge being possible?
Opinion on this comes from reading that many philosophers consider the law of non-contradiction to be non-demonstrated or even non-demonstrable in principle. Here's David again talking about this issue.
These shortcomings in the traditional argument have created something of a pessimism among many philosophers about the possibility of ever justifying our most basic logical beliefs. It would be an understatement to say that the general attitude towards the logocentric predicament in contemporary philosophy is that there is no non-circular solution to the problem.
Now, I have to admit that I share some of that pessimism he talks about. So if a person asks me, what is the justification for the law of non-contradiction? The best response that I can offer is that this is a self-evident proposition.
Self-evident? Dude, what kind of tier crap is this, dude? He literally wrote me an email, said, yeah, I did a really good refutation of tag. Can you maybe bring it up on the screen? And dude, you're a nice enough guy, right? But dude, it's self-evident. This is it? This is what you got?
And can be accepted as an action without...
Cool. God's self-evident. So not a justification, just self-evident. God exists, it's obvious, and I'll use your terms. God's existence is obvious, and it's self-evident.
Need for any...
Okay? There you go. I think we solved everyone's worldview. It's just... He didn't address my answer. Did you answer my question? Are there preconditions for knowledge being possible? Are there preconditions for knowledge being possible? What do I mean by... Does reality have to be a certain way and include a set of things for knowledge to be possible. Facts that would have to be true in order for knowledge to be possible. Okay, what are some facts that need to be true for knowledge to be possible? What are some facts that need to be true for knowledge to be possible? Honestly, the chat, this guy is more interested than modern atheism's self-evident nonsense. Yeah, I know. That's another part. That's a problem there. You'd have to have. Do you have knowledge of facts, or because from what I gather, for you, a fact itself would constitute knowledge, right? A justified true belief that something is a fact. Okay. Is there anything else that needs? Is there anything that doesn't really change anything? Is there anything that needs to be the case for facts to exist? By the way, you don't even have an ontology of a fact, which is my favorite argument against these counter these naturalist positions. They're so silly. They have no ontology for a fact. Fact is like, what's a fact? Oh, it's the thing that changes over time to be described differently over time. Oh, cool. Cool facts, bro. So they're not facts. They're temporary statements that change, right? Yeah, that's what a fact is. A temporary thing that's temporarily true that changes. Depends on what sort of possibility we're talking about. Is this epistemic? It's both. It's all of it. Does something need to be metaphysically the case for knowledge to be possible? Does something need to be epistemically the case? Does something need to be actually the case for knowledge to be possible? Because clearly from your worldview, Tiny Tofi, that before humans arrive on the scene, whatever that means from your you probably hold an evolutionary view, before knowledge itself, a justified true belief, is acquired or even diddled with from a human perspective, there has to be a whole slew of things that need to be the case. And the thing is, from your worldview, Tiny Tofi, is that the things that need to exist for you to have knowledge, you have to deny their existence. And that's where the contradiction comes in. So you ask things like, well, what's the contradiction in denying Christianity, the Christian worldview? The contradiction is you have to say facts exist and they don't exist. You have to say, based on your criterion for existence, things like the laws of logic don't actually exist. Knowledge itself, Tiny Tofi, doesn't exist. You could look at an actual consistent physicalist I debated named Leo Filius. You could watch that debate on my channel. He was consistent in his denial of the existence of any of these things. So that's the contradiction. Which things need to exist for me to know anything? Well, first of all, you have to have a distinction of what mind is. You have to have a philosophy of mind. You have to have the regularity of nature that precedes your brain's existence. The laws of logic need to exist. Truth and knowledge itself has to have a type of ontology. Otherwise, what are we referring to? What are we referring to? To say knowledge, there's a necessary precondition for knowledge existing. You have to now say knowledge can exist in the first place. But that you can't say that. Under your view, knowledge can't exist because it's not empirical. It's not physical. You can't hold it. You can't manipulate it. You can't do anything with it. You have to deny, based on your criterion, you have to deny a bunch of things that you actually use. Universals. That's another precondition. Universals. Meaning. You have to assume meaning exists. You can't say meaning exists. I'm not committed. Well, I know you think you're not, and I appreciate you saying so, but the thing is, you don't have to be committed to physicalism from your position. Like, you might think that you're not committed to physicalism, but with a set of questions, what often happens, Tiny Tofi, is that you end up being committed to physicalism. Like, I know that you think there's a you there from your view that's making choices about your philosophy and examining these things, but there's only a few set of assumptions that you have to make where physicalism's the entailment. We can affirm the existence of facts regardless. No, you can't. Exist is an ontological statement, so it does matter. You're just saying ontology doesn't matter. You're saying, I can affirm facts exist, and I can deny that facts exist. It doesn't matter. Yeah, you're out of the argument then. You're done. You're cooked. It's over. Yeah, no, be nice to him. Be nice to him. I mean, he's a little bit snarky, but he's at least, trying to type. But you just removed yourself from the entire position. You just said, it doesn't matter if facts exist. It doesn't matter if you deny facts. That's a fact. That would be seen as a fact, right? That it doesn't matter to deny a fact. So you're kind of all over the place here. If knowledge doesn't have any ontology and facts don't exist and knowledge doesn't exist, and if you deny that knowledge exists, it doesn't matter, then your conversation with me doesn't matter. Yeah, you're done. It's over. There's nothing to do from here. There's no place to take it, right? And this is where it leads to every time. And everyone's like, what's the problem? I don't understand. I deny that knowledge exists. I don't understand. Can you prove God, by the way? What? Oh, yeah. Can you prove God, by the way? Oh, proof exists now? That's interesting. So you don't even believe in the thing you're asking for. It's wild. It's wild. It's just a wild position. It's just totally inconsistent. And you guys are still wondering, what's this thing with the tag argument? I don't understand the thing with the tag argument. This is the thing with the tag argument. Yeah, exactly. Prove God without facts, knowledge, truth. Yeah, prove it. Oh, does proof exist? No, not from my worldview. I demand you use logic. This is the thing. I made a meme of this. I demand you use logic to prove God. And we say, prove logic exists. What are you talking about? You're using logic. You're using something that's, from your position, should be denied. You don't have a justification for logic existing. Yeah, but no, but the thing is, Jim Bob, I can affirm logic because I'm allowed to. Because it just exists. Okay, how does it exist? How does logic? In what way does logic exist? Well, it's I don't know. No one's ever asked me that. The atheist's entire pitch is, quote, can't we just collectively decide to agree on a lie because it's nice? Yeah, and if that was the case, what's wrong with the, quote, lie of Christianity from their view? Nothing, right? Destiny got absolutely destroyed on philosophy against a Catholic. I think his name was, oh yeah. Let me see, VK. Destiny's the worst. He's the worst. Where, 2 days ago, the debate that changed Destiny's philosophy? Is that what it is? The minimalists. It doesn't say who it's against. Is that the right one, you guys? He's unbearable, dude. He's so unbearable. Totally unbearable. Choice or the decision for Christ or against is the rock so heavy even God shall not move it, your soul's decision. Well, I honestly just think that the whole, I mean, the rock thing is the lowest tier atheist garbage. So it's just so low. It's just, it shouldn't even be, it should be giggled at. We should use the level of sort of, I don't want to say mockery, but kind of. The best part of the debate last night was getting your opponent to omit experiments are not necessary for the scientific experiment. Oh, this is great. I can't wait to do the clips later today. I'm so pumped to edit that. There were so many brutal silencing moments there. I mean, just, well, you actually want to download one. I should download one right now. So good. Justin fielded 2 for me. Exquisite work. Truly. Yeah. Ready? Let's watch 2. Here. Let's do 1 first. So good. So there's this one. Can you...
Correct.
All right.
If God real, why things exist?
If God real, why does anything exist? If God real, why am I not God? Well, I mean, let's face it. If God was real, clearly I would be God, because that's clearly how the world. Can you be incorrect about what you think reality is?
Yes.
That means that it requires a correct and incorrect way of thinking. Ding dong. Boom.
No, it's not a requirement. It's just a possibility that I could be.
Can you? Unbelievable, these people. Here, let's do the other one now.
True.
Ron, how does natural selection determine whether an appendage or trait is sufficient for life if it doesn't exist yet?
That again is a straw man.
A straw man? Question can't be a straw man. Unbelievable, man. Poor Ron. Reporting back, I now follow tag better. Thank you. Nice, Chaw. Thank you for letting me know that. Good. All right, who is it? Is this it? What happened? No, that's Hutch. Is it the debate that changed Destiny's philosophy? You changed my mind? No, that can't be it. That can't be it. I just realized Hello Listener is a play on Hello Kitty. Oof. Don't get him mad, dude. We need him out of the news, especially now. Especially now. Yeah, I don't see where it is. You guys gotta direct me more precisely. If there's an exchange between Destiny and some guy, maybe send it to me on Discord is the best way. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't even know where to look. I don't even want to look at his dumb face, but you know, if it's good. If it's a good one. All right. Oh, did you guys see the dumb Sneeko take? Might as well take a look at that. I'm glad that these people are all kind of getting irrelevant now. They had their little spot in the sunshine. And now they're just kind of falling away. So bad. This take is so bad. He says, where is it? Terrible take, dude. And this take should be rejected. Completely rejected. It's far... Look, he says... Here, let me bring it on screen just so you guys can see it here. He says this. Such an L take, dude. I hate this. Is the worst. This is the worst take ever. Don't even come close to affirming this. It is far past time we Christians, what do you mean we Christians, and Muslims unite on our shared similarities, rather than fight over our minor differences? What a meat puppet. They spit on Christians and bomb the Muzzies. Why are we deceived into hating each other by those who hate the Messiah? What do you mean? This is terrible. Shut up, Sneeko. Shut up. Go do paintball or something, dude. Bah. Go do paintball. No one cares. This is the lowest meathead take I've ever seen, okay? Oh, our minor differences? Oh, yeah. As an Orthodox Christian, I'm going to pretend that you worshiping a literal demon is just a minor difference. Oh, it's just a minor difference to deny Christ as God. It's just a minor difference to deny the sacraments. It's a minor difference to deny theosis. It's just minor, bro. Guys, we all drink water. Shut up, Sneeko. Shut up. Bah. What's going on, Tony? Speaking of Tony, are you going to be streaming later? 2 minutes, 4 left, y'all. 2 minutes, 4 left. It's unbelievable, man. It's the worst. He's such a lazy little thinker, too. You know, he's like a child. He's like Michael Jackson. I think he was famous since he was like 11 or something. It's the Michael Jackson effect. Yeah, they contradict everything. It's total garbage. The whole thing. No. There's no overwhelming similarities or compatibilities between Orthodox Christianity and Sand Mormonism. Okay? Not even close, Sneeko. Even your name is sus, dude. Sneeko? Who names themselves anything with the word sneaky? Unbelievable. He's getting torn up too. Good. He should. Yeah, go pray. Go diddle a cube. Or that butthole looking thing, dude. They literally worship and kiss something that, looks like, when my son, he goes to the bathroom and he tries to wipe himself and he doesn't tell us. Just comes downstairs and we just kind of smell something. We're like, what's that? Did you fart? Is it the fasting farts? What is that? And then no, lo and behold, there it is. They're like jumping over each other's backs just to put their face against some weird waxy brown hole. Weird. Freaks. You guys ever see that, though? I mean, the square thing is alarming. The whole cube thing is alarming on its own, but the brown thing, the waxy brown greasy hole thing is so weird. It's the weirdest thing ever. Seriously, no joke. No, I don't want to get too graphic, but I'll just say I was a little bit afraid to be at church. Just for the whole collective, just for everybody's sake. I was like, what is this? Sneeko berries. Yes, that's a score. That's a score. My stomach is like, I read into it. I didn't realize this because I'm still a baby Orthodox, and so this is the first time I've gone pretty hard in the paint, and I'm excited too. I want to like put myself fully in the practice, and I just didn't know. I was like reading blog posts about it, and it's like funniest Reddit blog. There's just some really funny Reddit blog posts about it. It's on the Minimalist channel where Destiny supposedly changes his mind. It was actually a good chill debate. After listening to the first guy, the beanie guy, I have to save it. I can't do this to you guys. I honestly can't do it. I can't make you listen to basically the same voice. I won't do it. I also don't feel like reviewing my own debate. I'll just make a really fun clip highlight reel of it. How about that? But is there anything else that we could be looking at? Is Jim Carrey? I mean, that's something. Honestly, I chalk that up to just massive amounts. It's either two things. Either Jim Carrey hired someone to do the thing, or he just got like a bunch of face surgery. Right? Here's a truther. Look. Here's a truther. This is a truther take on it. We'll review the truther take on it. And by the way, the channel is called The Truth Is. So we're doing hard truthering. Jay! What the heck?
The internet ablaze, showing up to the 2026 Caesar Awards in Paris, looking completely unrecognizable. Look at the hair, look at the jawline, and even the eye color. The change is so drastic that the comment sections are already convinced the real Jim Carrey is gone. They're saying he was swapped out for a copy after speaking out against the industry, disposed of and replaced by a vessel that looks and acts nothing like the man we knew. But is this what's really...
You see, here, I said this before. If you guys run on the cloning thing, you guys have to understand what a clone is. A clone is an identical replication. Like in nature, there's cloning. That's a thing. It's a replica. So you can't be a truther and be like, it's a clone, bro. They're cloning, and then be like, yeah, but that's why he doesn't look like anything like himself. Well, no, that wouldn't be the case. He wouldn't look. You can't have a clone and your clone just looks like a lesbian. Like that doesn't. You can't truther that way. That's wrong truthering. Funder says they found the guy. Is that true? I don't know. I haven't been truthering in so long. Like, I'm a bit rusty on the truthering, honestly. So that's why I almost don't even care. I mean, that's a pretty good Jim Carrey face.
really going on? Or is there a much darker explanation for this? What I've discovered suggests that while the body might be the same, the man inside has undergone a deep mythical transformation that is...
Okay, buddy. Okay. Jim Bob, if thoughts are physical, and I think of a unicorn, wouldn't that make unicorns a physical thing? Therefore, yeah, that's actually an argument I've used. Is if the justification for a thought being just as valid or real, rights, unicorns, God, if they were identical to matter, they would actually be real. They would exist. But it would be nominalist. So it's kind of counterintuitive because that would deny the universal of that thing anyway. There could only be one thing that was what you called a unicorn, but the universal thing you call a unicorn is just this, it's not even a real thing. It's a social media influencer in a really good mask he posted. I saw the post about that, and I saw that they were really good at the mimicry, really good makeup, and I could see. The thing is, his voice was really good, though. I gotta admit, the part that was not that he fully sounded like Jim Carrey talking the way he talked, but the way he sounded, the actual voice. the decibels. That was pretty accurate. Is there a link on that though? Because this guy's going hard. This guy's like, no, it's a mythical transformation, a butterfly of clone. No, man wearing a horrifying skin mask, perhaps insane actor with demonic-looking plastic surgery, maybe too. Yeah. My basic examination of Jim Carrey, more recent Jim Carrey footage, interviews, photos, and this was that's not the same. But I've also seen famous people undergo really creepy stuff that they do to their face, and they don't look like themselves. Destiny says that the, quote, right is too scared to debate him while he's ducking Jay Dyer. Yeah, and he doesn't agree to all the debates Andrew challenges him on either.
Literally rewriting his biology. Today, we're revealing the truth behind Jim Carrey's transformation, and by the end of this, you will never see him the same way again.
They're all characters that I played, including Jim Carrey, including Joe Barish, including any of those things. They're all characters. Jim Carrey's a less intentional character because
What? Excuse me?
I was just building something that people would like, but it was a character.
There's no meaning to any of this, so I wanted to find the most meaningless thing that I could come to and join, and here I am.
Okay, does anyone have the clip? Anyone have the access to the I'll just search it. Hold on a second. Just hold on a damn second. Here, let me see if I can find it. Who wore it better, Madonna or Jim Carrey? Madonna's definitely herself. Following Jim Carrey's appearance at the 2026 César Awards in Paris, rumors circulated that he's actually makeup artist Alexis Stone with a stone claiming to have pulled off a rival transformation. However, representatives for Carrey confirmed it was really Jim Carrey. Yeah, it's just all up in the air. We don't know what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. It's World War III. We don't know if but what's important is Jim Carrey trolling. I gotta write that one down. Hold on a second. Okay. And the other one is Muslim. It was prosthetic. Well, Chris does this for a living, so he would know at least more than most of us. But Jim Carrey himself could do prosthetic. So it could be both. Would I put it past Jim Carrey, being what we know about his history and how he acts and what he does in life, outside, on the set, off the set? I mean, would we really put it past him that he himself would organize his own mask, wear it himself, to sow the sort of discomfort? Of course he would do that. I'm trying to do a segment here. I'm trying to do more TMZ, entertainment, television stuff. Trying to branch out a little bit. So yeah, I think both are true. I think he used a prosthetic, and like his management said, no, it was him. Both and. You know, it's both. It's like, that's what's weird about AI. It's like there's the uncanny valley of AI, but now the uncanny valley of AI, the world of prosthetics is meeting the uncanny valley of AI and creating uncanny valley in reality. Weird. Somewhat unpredicted outcome. He even said some cryptic stuff about wearing a mask. Yeah, he probably can't even hide it. He has to brag. It was Joe Biden. Yeah. Some people say it was, under that mask, it was... Who's that chick with the weird face now everyone's talking about? See, I just lost the joke because I don't even know her name. Kelly Osbourne. Sorry, I'm low on all sorts of nutrients. I was a production extra in 2008 with Yes Man. Jim Carrey, Bradley Cooper were both very cool people. Yeah, I'm sure they're nice. I mean, sometimes you hear horror stories. But mostly people on sets are professional. They're just like, they don't want to get sued either. It was Pearl Davis. You guys have no idea. Getting off work early, yippee. Here's my weekly Jort tax. Thank you for your weekly Jort tax, Chase. Appreciate you. Got 5 more on this one here. What else in the news? I'm moving forward. I think it's looking good. We're moving forward. I have the privilege and opportunity to organize an iconography class. And so I'm pretty pumped about that if I can make it happen. So I'll reach out to other parishes, and even there are probably artsy-fartsy people who probably hate God who would still want to learn this style. I bet. And honestly, wouldn't that be a beautiful way to convert someone? An artsy-fartsy person who's like, default atheist, who through the process of learning iconography converts. I'm just putting that out there as a possibility. That's what I'm doing. So, just putting it out there. Remember the movie They Live? Yes. They broadcast a deep fake in real time, putting on the special glasses? Yeah, pretty much. How? I just waited 48 hours and wished for the best, but there was a lot of people, thank you all, there was tons of people on X who tagged Team YouTube. And apparently, as my buddy Tony said, they're very responsive, surprisingly. So, I was actually surprised by that because, that's usually not how that goes. They're like, oh, you're a bigot? Oh, it's over for you. Oh, sorry, we can't do anything about your existence anymore.
It's like your Bill Cosby example, except this time it's Jim's cousin, Tim Barry. The Mask 3, starring Tim Barry, coming soon.
Yeah. I actually don't see Jim Carrey being the type of person who would even get skin stuff done. But then again, he's a bit of an egomaniac. He's probably vain. There's probably a line where he would cross. He's like, I'm being forgotten. I'm going to turn my face into Pinocchio. I want to be made out of orange Play-Doh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know what? That's unfortunate, but she's running with what she's got. Could she ever have a family? I mean, probably not. I mean, can you imagine being intimate with her? You look up at her and it's just Jim Carrey looking at you. Can you imagine saying I do? Can you imagine doing the crowning ceremony? It's literally Jim Carrey up there with you. And then your kid comes out, you hold your kid for the first time. It's just Jim Carrey's face as an infant. That poor woman. She knows, though. She's running with it. She's like, look, I look like there's nothing changing about me. Look, I want to find a man. You guys know right off the bat, you're going to have to be attracted to Jim Carrey. Does that make you gay? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Will it enhance your social standing, your status in your social network to be married to me? Yeah. Just through association, you'll advance. Is it worth it? You know what I mean? She comes out of the bathroom in lingerie. She's all, it's time. Smoking. Nightmares. Nightmare fuel. Imagine a blind date. I mean, who swipes on that chick on Tinder? Like, do they accidentally swipe? They forget that they're like on a dating thing and they just swipe because they recognize Jim Carrey. They're like, what? Yes, definitely. Can I please ask everyone to pray for my parish of St. Nicholas of Adelaide, Australia, and for Father Alexia? We have been under attack. Thank you. Yes. Prayers for Bill Hicks. Sorry. And yes. I pray for Australia all the time. You guys are in rough shape. And we have to wake up because you guys are our future. Like what happens in Australia is like a portal to the West's future. It's like a free future calendar. It's like the almanac. It's like Biff's almanac. And we're like, yeah, but that's Australia. They messed up anyway. They're messed up. Now we're heading a very similar direction. It sucks because I kind of had this image of going to Australia one day and it being, I'm sure there can be really cool experiences, but are you talking about dating the female Adam Sandler twins? No, but that's also the same problem. I don't know if they're twins. His girls, you mean? I don't think they're twins. One of them looks just like him. It got me thinking about getting nose jobs. You know how we are always arguing, like, if there's a dude who pretends to be a chick and he talks up a dude, at what point does the dude in the dress have the obligation to tell the dude who thinks he's a dude that he's not a dude? And you think that's reasonable, right? You go, oh yeah, that's reasonable. That's a good point. Because it's like really concealing something. It's deceptive. Then I thought about nose jobs. And I'm thinking of these chicks especially. Because men, let's be honest, women care less if a man has a giant nose, giant beak. Some women see it as like a masculine characteristic, honestly. But it doesn't go the same way the other way, usually. And so if a woman changes her nose and it's, a little petite, little pixie nose, looks like she just came out of like a tree as opposed to a cave. And she's just the best, she's just everything. You're ready. This is the mother of my child. Let's get married. I'm going to even bring her into the church. Let's do this. And then you realize you're pregnant. Glory to God. And then you go through it all. And it's birth time. And even at birth, you're like, well, it's pretty cute. Pretty cute kid. I mean, I thought she'd be cuter, but babies are weird sometimes. They look a little bit weird sometimes. Sometimes they look like Adam Sandler. Sometimes they look like George Floyd. And you wait, and then you see the development of something extraordinarily large. And it's on their face. And you go, where did this come from? And your wife is like, oh, what? That's a little bit weird. Don't worry about it. It's just a little, it's like look, people have different size features, okay? It's not a big deal, Henry. What do you call Pinocchio if he were to become a tiny mustache man? Pistachio. Nice. Nicely done. It's nicely done, Chase. Thank you, Austin. Also from Australia. And so this question comes up. It's an ethical problem. Doesn't the woman have an obligation? Yeah, he'll grow into it. No worries. That ain't mine. Yeah, they do. They have an obligation to say, look, here's my before picture. Here's my before picture. And like, when do they tell you? When do they have to tell you that? The actual size of their nose. Yeah, it's a new thing. Disclose a nose. Yep. Coming through the legislative branch anytime. When? When do they have to tell you that? Because that's a thing. You know, that's why alteration is kind of serious in regards to finding your mate, because, you know, you want to be attracted, you know. It's important to be attracted to your spouse. It's important. It's logistically important. It's good. It's good for the marriage to build on that attraction. But if that attraction is based on something deceptive that you were fooled by, also check the neck. That's right. A whole list. Even, I guess you can't conceal age ultimately. You'd have to lie about your age, you'd have to do a whole set of things. But to lie about your nose, it's ironic too, to lie about the size of your nose, to have a tiny nose, to have a tiny little nubby nose. And I mean, it's ironic because of Pinocchio. So don't try to, you know, call me names, okay? Stop it. Sneeko. Oh, speaking of, before we move on in the day, I forgot about this, you guys. In our investigation of evolution, one of our favorite, breathiest evolution evangelists, John Perry, what is his channel called? I forgot already. He did his third installment. Stated casually, he's the one who's supposed to be telling his friend about the reality of evolution from the perspective of the flagellum. Remember? You guys remember? Where is it? Where'd it go? Did he take it down? Did he put it on? Don't tell me this guy put it on. Did he really? No. No way. Is it a live stream? Where is it? Guys, did he hide it? Oh, he must know. If this guy hid his flagellum series from me, you got to be kidding me. Where is it? I just saw it 2 days ago. It was up. Seriously? No, it can't be. This is like a key series for him. You know what? The last one I watched, guess what it was called? What good is, I don't know if it was 1/8, but it was what good is half of a flagellum or something like this. It was actually the argument. It's gone? Ooh, that ain't a good look, Evo guys. That ain't a good look, Evo, guys. I thought you were going to all, you're going to educate us. What happened? What'd you do? Let me see if it's even in the history. Because I was watching it a little bit. I was like, what does this guy have? Oh, wait. Stated clearly, yeah. Wow, it didn't show up. That's weird. All right. Let's check it out. Now, again, forgive me for the breathiness of this guy. This guy's, he's doing some sort of combo Evo science communicator also, which some sort of breathy, what do they call that sound stuff that people do?
Today we finally learn about co-option, an essential concept for anyone wanting to understand the evolution of bacterial flagella. Co-option is when a trait takes on a new function or switches functions. It makes evolution work in zigzag motion. As a result, it can produce really weird, complex traits. Did you know that frogs and toads use their eyeballs for swallowing? That's right, look at that again. If you don't believe me, here's a photograph of a frog's mouth. This is co-option. Did you know that some reptiles use their ribs not just to support their organs, but can extend...
Already off the bat, the co-option of the eyeballs using it as a type of muscle to help swallow things, right, had to come from a reality of an animal where that wasn't the case. So it's like, oh, no, that's true also. But it also made this thing happen.
And them when...
Why is his voice like this?
Frightened, making them look bigger to any animal thinking about attacking. This is co-option. In Draco lizards, this ability got so extreme. Here's one guarding eggs from a...
See what I'm saying? Like, all of these things do a function that only from the evolution proponent's view, incidentally does the thing, is effective. But that means they're doing it accidentally every time. Now, think about this. If there isn't a sort of controlled methodology of how these things operate, why is it that it does the thing for defense in the time it needs to do the thing for defense? If it's incidental. This is your voice on soy.
Scary monster with a video camera. In Draco lizards, this trait got so extreme that they found a third use for their ribs. They can glide. This is a co-option of a co-option.
See, this doesn't make sense either. Like, were they just also jumping off of trees without the ability to glide? Were they just doing that for some reason? You had to actually practice jumping off of large things for no reason at all until there's enough of this skin to then do the thing called gliding, right?
Can produce really weird, complex traits. Did you know that frogs and toads use their eyeballs for, without mentioning the Fitzroy river turtle? This is just one of many turtle species that the Australians refer to as...
And this, look, he's already framing this. Keep in mind, the question is the flagella, the flagellum, the little motor thing that's very clearly looks like it's engineered. It has gears, it moves in a very particular way. It propels the bacteria in fluid, right? He's going, guys, the title of my third part series is What Good is a Half a Flagellum? Well, let me start by muddying the waters by moving outside of the flagellum into the fully formed creature zone, which would just be a category difference. So what he's arguing is, look, what good is a half of a flagellum? Look at these eyeballs that are fully formed that help the frog swallow. Or look at this skin attached to the legs of this lizard that works as a gliding system so they jump off trees and sort of semi-glide fly. That's he's already framing the position. But the same question is posited. What good is the half of the gliding material? What good is the half of the gliding material, bucko? He's like, look, gliding material.
As bum breathers. Not only does this turtle breathe air with its lungs like a normal turtle does, this turtle also breathes oxygen-rich water with its butt. Lots of turtle species do this to one degree or another, but this species is special because it has what scientists jokingly refer to as functional hemorrhoids. When life gives you lemons. And before you judge these little guys for being weird, studies suggest that when the turtle is in low activity mode, when it's at rest, underwater cloacal respiration is so efficient, it supplies the turtle with up to...
Efficient, right? They get efficiency. Another thing that these Evo people cannot actually meaningfully talk about. Efficiency. That means function. That means purpose. Efficient, accidentally efficient. Okay.
70% of its oxygen needs. That is co-option.
Co-option. This is look, this kind of view where one thing already serves a useful purpose incidentally, that means it is accidentally produced and it just only incidentally does something great for the organism, the entire organism. It then extends the function to something that's not identical to the first function. It's a dual function. Incidentally, hyper-effective, efficient dual functions. Incidentally.
There are two things I hope everyone remembers from today's lesson. First, co-option is extremely common in evolution. It happens all the time.
See, he's already... this is a version of poisoning the well. What's the... Guys, what's synonymous with poisoning the well but for good? What do you call that? Because we always think of these like sort of like bad form debating, bad form presentation. We always think of it as from the perspective of the speaker is putting a negative to the opposition, casting a negative shadow, casting, throwing shade or whatever. Well poisoning. What is the opposite where they do this thing, where they do, it's like, well, what is it called? Filtering the well? Yeah, you're filtering the well.
Co-option is so common. When we're trying to figure out the...
Yeah, didn't you know this happens all... By the way, my argument for the flagella, before I mangle it and am incapable of defending this view of something that's irreducibly complex, when it's half what it is, does something just as functional and useful. Before I do that, I want to just tell you, lizards can glide and turtles have useful hemorrhoids.
Evolutionary history of a particular...
You're chlorinating the pool, bro.
...structure or system, something like bacterial flagella.
I think it's called grooming.
For example, we can never assume that the ancient version was just a simpler version of the modern version. We always have to think about other functions it could have been serving in the past.
So let me get this straight. Your imagination? These people have such a vivid imagination. I mean, it's important, you guys. It's important that when we look at the flagellum and we go, wow, that's incredibly complex and very purposeful in what it does for the bacteria. It's really important that when you go back in time and ask, how did this develop, as my friend Destin asked me, it's important that we don't think in terms of development toward what it is now. We have to actually imagine a time and a place where we can actually invent any new structure in our head for what the early form of the flagellum is. Just want you guys to know.
Evolution is often a meandering process. We can't ignore this fact. A better way to remember this is to...
If it's meandering, look. We meandered toward the brain being effective at thinking. It was an accidental meandering.
Assume the flagellum first evolved for swimming is to assume the tongue first evolved for quoting...
Speaking of Destin.
Shakespeare. This is the stated 4 questions about the origin of bacterial flagella. So far, I've only answered them briefly.
You didn't answer any of the questions. I watched every single part of this series, bro. There's probably a reason why Destin wasn't on the screen with you while you did this, because he would have asked engineering questions like, well, that just doesn't... I know he's trying to be friendly with you. But no, we all watched it, John Perry. We all watched it. I went through it pretty rigorously. You didn't answer any of the questions.
These answers are correct, but they're not very satisfying unless you have a deep understanding of evolutionary biology. Well, already in episode 1 and 2, we started building that foundational understanding of evolutionary biology. Today, we're going to take that even...
JB, you're demonstrating the variability of brain function. No, the question isn't whether or not brains can function in a variety of ways. The question is, Alan, Kurt, whatever your name is, the question is there a correct way the brain functions? The question isn't, is there a variety of ways the brain functions? The question is there a correct way the brain functions?
further, and we're finally going to start to answer in depth Destin's questions, starting unceremoniously with question number 3. What good would 50% of the bacterial flagellum be for the cell?
See, he doesn't scoff at this. He tries to answer it. But when I ask it to Professor Dave, they all laugh at it. Oh, the hell, that's so stupid. This is like a 7th grade question. Well, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Well, it would need to work like that. If every structure you say exists today once wasn't that structure, but is the product of a long process that eventually produces that structure and its function, then every step of the way had to have its own structure and function for it to be kept around by your own model. It had to defeat natural selection. It had to be useful. That means every step of the way, there's a new nature of what this thing is. Every step of the way. It's just gradualism. It's just garbage.
First, we really do need to understand what co-option is, how it works. So last time, we focused on evolution's observed ability to optimize an organism to meet a new challenge.
No. You just granted that optimization happens. Destin, your friend, he's going to be, he's not going to tell you, but he's going to be a little bit feeling that this was a little lackluster, John Perry, because you just asserting that there's optimization occurs. He was asking, how does that occur? How does that occur from the processes and mechanisms you appeal to? How is it that optimization accidentally occurs? You didn't answer the question. You just said it does.
Challenge.
It's not necessarily a long process. It can be repurposing. Yeah, that's just granting yourself the description. You're not telling us how that happens. You guys all do the same shit, dude. It's the same thing with you guys. It can. You just claim what can. Things can happen. Really? Okay. How? Well, I mean, it can, Jim Bob. Clearly, it can happen. How? Watch. I'll even go earlier. He says something about the details. Let me see.
Today, we finally learn about co-option, an essential concept for anyone wanting to understand the evolution of bacterial flagella. Co-option is when a trait takes on a new function or switches functions. It makes evolution work in zigzag motion. As a result, it can produce really weird, complex traits. Did you know that frogs and toads use their eyeballs?
He said, I don't know if it's in this beginning or mid or whatever, he says that he doesn't know the details. He doesn't know the details of how this happens.
The entire system stops. Michael Behe pointed out, back in the 90s and in the early 2000s, back during the Great
Lizards in Croatia in the 20th century moved to an island started by, yeah, I understand. They're still lizards, and the question is whether or not they were already pre-coded to be able to do that, okay? They're still lizards, bro. All you're pointing to is a lizard does something in one environment and does something in another environment. That doesn't tell me anything about the process, okay? Was that an accident? It just incidentally adapted appropriately to the leaves it needed to eat, being that there weren't insects to eat. It was just an incidental thing that happened, Alan. Dude, you guys are so full of shit. Yeah, there's a lizard that were transported, and in 40 years, they were able to eat leaves because there were no bugs. Yeah, that adaptation. Was that an incidental thing? Or was that pre-coded? Did it already have the information to do that? Did it already have the information to do that or not? And how would you know? Yeah, no, it did it. It did it. No, see? We're not talking about adaptation, dude. Do you really think that the lizard that you're referring to accidentally adapted to be able to eat the kind of food that was around, lacking the kind of food that it used to be around? Was that an incidental thing?
Debate on flagellar evolution.
You guys are nuts. You guys are nut jobs. There's no information. It's just basic variable inheritance. Excuse me? So then it already existed then. What do you mean there's no information? Do you know that during the development of an embryo, there's markers for when and how things like an arm develop? Like layout plans. When, where, and how things unfold. right? There's no reason to believe that stops once something's born. When, where, and how. That means if you don't like the term information, right? You guys are such weasels. If you don't like the term information, the capability for an organism at the population level or the individual level to be able to react to the external environment in a meaningful way such that it produces some ostensibly new way of engaging with the environment, right? The question is still the same, dude. Did it always have that capability, needing it to be in the environment to show itself, or did it incidentally and accidentally get produced?
That happened on the news and even in the courtroom.
You guys never answer direct questions.
Pointed out that flagella are made of multiple well-matched parts, some of which, if you remove them, the entire system stops functioning as a motor. How then could normal optimization, evolution, start building all those parts?
I'm familiar. Yeah, so answer the question. I didn't ask if you were familiar. I asked you, how do you distinguish between the two? You weasel.
Before they had a function. The most obvious answer, of course,
they're just such devils.
Is co-option. Those parts were being used for other functions before the motor started.
Yeah, so look, even to his argument, how would you know that a lizard doesn't have the capability of co-opting what its organs are suited for a new place and time? How would you know that's not already in there, dude? Like, look at the butterfly, the monarch butterfly. It, in its process of living, when it's put into it, when it builds its own chrysalis and develops, right? Literally, the inside of that body turns to liquid, and the liquid has the capacity to build a new plan for a butterfly with wings and all, right? That's part of its entire existence. So repurposing isn't what's in question. Even John Perry's position here, that's not what's in question. Even to say repurpose is to affirm the thing you deny, which is some sort of purpose. How do you repurpose something accidentally? Oh yeah, no, we used it for a different purpose. Accidentally? Yeah, it was a really good lotto win every time.
Spinning. This is not some sort of fanciful just so story. Non-spinning flagella are used by bacteria today. Co-option is the observed fact that...
What's up, Indian Jesus? Did you go to Divine Liturgy yet? Thanks for the tenor.
Existing traits can take on new functions and are eventually optimized.
You still didn't answer my first question, dude. You guys are weasels. You guys are vampires. Some chemical repellents learned. Oh, learning? Oh, there's learning now? I'm sorry, is there an improper way to learn, bucko? I'm sorry, Kurt. Is there a correct way to learn and an incorrect way to learn, or is that accidental too? You know, your chats are so ridiculous that I have to make them larger.
Through normal optimization evolution, the type of evolution.
Repellents learn, instar, persist in the adult form. Yeah. So all of the so-called, that you don't like the term information, but the structures that unfold in a very particular way already exist to unfold in those particular ways, right? For things that start as one thing and become another thing, they unfold throughout the development, child to adult, right? That you're still not answering any of the questions, dude.
That everyone understands and accepts. Co-opted traits are eventually optimized for their new functional roles. Co-option is not a new concept. You can read about it in most textbooks. It was first written about by Charles Darwin back in 1859. He called it conversion, which is when a trait completely switches functions over evolution.
No, dude. See what I'm saying? He grants himself the function to begin with. So when we ask, what good is something that it's not fully functional yet? And he goes, well, no, there's a previous fully functionalness to it, and it just converts its existing function. This is a worse argument for evolution. Now you have more complex changes to make sense of from their perspective, from genetic mutation, natural selection, drift, right? You're going to have to explain this through those mechanisms, which end up being incidental. So now you have more to explain. Every time they learn more about biology, this idea that you can convert one fully functioning task-oriented system to an entirely new thing, or dual, right? Split it into dual functions. They think this is a good argument for them. No, this is worse for you guys. This makes the probability of that actually occurring incidentally even less likely over time. You guys are making it worse for yourself.
Evolutionary time. In whales and independently in manatees, the front arms have become flippers. In manatees, they still have their little fingernails, but other than that, they're pretty much useless as hands. Today, we think of conversion as a subtype of co-option. There is also what scientists call moonlighting, which is where one trait takes on multiple functions at once. Seals still have useful claws and fairly movable fingers. They're just a little bit buried inside all that webbing. Sea lions are more extreme. You can see where their toe bones end. Their little toenails poke out in the middle of their flippers. Silly as they look, they are still useful when you need a good scratch. And then there is recruitment, a special type of co-option that we're going to talk about in a future episode. Michael Behe is a biochemist. When he first saw the flagella, apparently...
Scientists worldwide rethinking the theory of evolution. No, not based on my debates. They would be, if they were scientists, they would be rethinking it, you dummy. If they were real scientists, they would actually be concerned with rethinking the theory of evolution. If they were real scientists, you dope. Because people think, it's like when they type, they actually think they're going to burn me. And all it does is like they're throwing acid on themselves. It's like so stupid. They're actually exposing their own dogma. No, scientists worldwide should be rethinking evolution. That's what they should be doing.
He was not aware of co-option. He thought this structure was impossible, or at least
Nope.
so unlikely to evolve
No.
that we should consider it to be impossible. Why did he think this when other biologists just saw a really cool...
And here's the identity problem. Again, when they say the flagellum evolved, no. If you're an evolution proponent, you actually have to say, and be more really strict with your language, the flagellum is the product of something that evolved. Okay? I'm going to start using this in the debates. It's going to cause a lot of problems for them. Because colloquially, you kind of grant it. You're like, oh, I know what you mean. But no, you don't know what they mean. You have to force them to say what they mean because that's where all their trouble starts. You can't say the flagellum or the brain or the heart evolved because you're referring to something that's in its state itself, does its thing. Universally speaking, we know what the heart does, universally. Its identity is bound up in its purpose and what it does. If you say the heart evolved, well, no, the heart would be the product of something else that evolved. It's not pedantic. No, you're coping. It's not pedantic. It's important. It's very important to say the human evolved. Okay, wait, the human exists right now. According to you, we're not evolving. So the human evolved. Do you mean the human is the product of something else that evolved? Yes, they have to say. This is where they get into trouble because their identity, they have an identity problem. They have to then presuppose another thing that has its identity. It's in its form. It has in an organism. If it's an organism, it knows how to survive and reproduce. It's its own category of thing. That's not us. There's got to be a heart, a previous thing that uses similar tissue as the heart, but doesn't do what the heart does. And they have to say the heart evolved, but it wasn't a heart before. It was something else. So you guys are just coping when you say it's pedantic, it's this, it's that. You're not dealing with the problem. The only one who's actually tried to deal with this problem, shout out, is the Colossus dude. Remember? He's the only one who was like, you know what? This is philosophical issue is kind of a bump in the road here.
Trait that evolved. It's because most biologists understand how co-option works. Even before people studied the evolution of flagella, they knew from past studies on other really complex structures that the flagella was likely used for something else before it started spinning.
That's an assumption. Your likelihood scenario, you don't have even access to what's favorable or unfavorable, dummy. These people are just so full of it, man. They just tell their audience, oh, it's most likely. What if I said it's not likely? Can I just say that? Hey, John Perry, it's not likely. He just says it. He just declares it. It was most likely something else. Based on what?
To say that the flagella first evolved for swimming is like saying that the tongue first evolved for speaking. It's obvious, of course, that tongues were used for manipulating food long before our species also started using them for quoting Shakespeare. Furthermore, other biologists understood that when flagella first started spinning, it likely would have spun in a very clunky manner, too clunky to actually function for swimming. Clearly, during the evolution of flagella, they must have been used for other things.
Oh, they must have been because I say so. That's an interesting way of reasoning, John Perry. Well, they just must have because I said so. I just declare it so. They're different designs. Do you even hear yourself when you type with your fat fingers? You just outed yourself, dude. Flagella, cilia, different designs. So there's purpose to, if they're designed, they have purpose, dude. If they incidentally do what they do, there's no purpose to what they do. They just accidentally do something. You're cooking yourself, dude. I'm not spilling your blood. You are. Fool. Foolish.
In Michael Behe's defense, when he first published his book on this, we didn't have any evolutionary models for the bacterial flagella. It was just something no one had worked on. Because he was apparently unaware of co-option, he probably genuinely thought this...
Look, dude, if Michael Behe could... Is he still alive? He could refute you on that. Co-option doesn't solve the problem because co-option assumes already you have a thing that fully does what it does. He's going to ask the same problem and institute endless regress with you, dude. Well, we seem to solve the problem with this problem that we have. That how could a half of something be used for something? Like, this is exactly what I brought up to Professor Dave, and they scoffed and laughed at it. There has to be a time where the thing they call penis, just happen to use that because it's funny, wasn't actually the penis. It was something else that did something else. And then it accidentally did the thing that it does. Incidentally. Changed what it does. But if it fully did what it did, right? It was fully used for what it was used for at the time and the environment that it was used for, and it was essential to procreation or not, it doesn't make sense that they would change it. Unless things are made to change. They're made to change, but not universally. That the repurposing of existing tools, the fact that tools like IKEA parts are used in different variety of ways, increases the paradigm, the scaffold of the paradigm of design, increases it. Multi-purpose, multifunction. The thought of multiple parts being used for different uses. All they can do is repeat the dogma. And if you question, there's nothing they have every single time.
This really could not evolve. Nowadays, we have several competing ideas about what the flagella was used for in the past before it became a swimming tool. We're going to look at one of those here in a moment. But first, I feel it's really important to show that co-option is a real thing.
A co-option assumes the tool already exists, dude. You have to get to the tool, John Perry. You're not answering your friend's question. You can only co-opt something if something already does what it does. We're asking, how does half of the thing do a thing? oh, the answer is co-option. And by co-option, I mean you just simply introduce something that already is a tool that does a thing, even though what the question is, how does half of the tool do a thing? Half of a tool, he's saying, would be a tool. He's saying there's no such thing as a half a tool ever. This makes evolution even worse of a position. Makes it worse.
I gave you a few examples already.
His answer to this question is there's no such thing as a half a tool, except for him, who's, at least half a tool. So go back in time, right? If there's no such thing as a half a tool, that every scale, every place in time where there's a thing that works is already fully doing what it's doing, he's just saying, well, it co-ops to do another thing. But that means endless regress. That means there's the eternality of the toolness, right? There's no steps. There's no steps toward functionality. Every step is fully functional. That's my argument against these people. They have to argue that every step in this process, whether it's at the micro level, things doing something, a little bit more macro inside the body, to the population, to the category, to the clade, everything in flux is itself fully doing what it's doing. But then they go, well, no, there's also vestibular stuff. So they're in quite of a bind here, because if they argue that there's something called vestigial, I've been saying vestibular for so many days. Vestigial. If there's vestigial things, they're now arguing that things go out of function, which means there is a process between function and dysfunction, or dysfunction to function. But they don't want to tell you the process. They just want to assert that there's a proto thing that's already doing a thing. But no. Your friend Destin, from an engineering perspective, is asking, how do you get the first building of that first thing that does a thing? Even if I give you the material, how do you get something that does a specific task, that does a thing? He's like, well, it's co-option. No, it's not.
But I want to really, really drive this home. Like I did last time, I'm going to show you examples in the wild, examples that evolved under domestication, and a really nice example of co-option evolving in the laboratory under direct supervision. People actually watched it as it was happening. The reason it's so important to drive this home is that if you go online right now and just look around, you will find article after article after article of people claiming that co-option is impossible. Sometimes people claim that co-option is an ad hoc argument that was just invented after Michael Behe talked about flagella evolution. Again, Darwin wrote about this back in 1859. Here's an article that shows you just one of many examples of what people are saying about co-option.
It's worse for you guys. Co-option isn't good for you. It's worse for you guys.
Co-option in the anti-evolution.
It decreases the likelihood. All of your math, that's really already horrible. All of your math now rests on more variabilities.
Movement. This is the sort of thing you find in homeschool materials. You find it in all sorts of videos online. This is from the website Uncommon Descent. Here's what the article says. Co-option is a demonstrably fantastic story made up out of whole...
Genesis is rather... It doesn't matter, dude. Pretend we're all atheists. This is what you guys can't focus. Pretend Genesis is false. Focus. Yeah, but God not real. But Genesis not... Just focus.
Whole cloth with absolutely no basis in evidence, and it doesn't withstand even the most trivial analytical scrutiny. There is not a shred of evidence that this process ever took place, or that it even could have taken place. Worst of all, it requires blind acceptance.
Come up with a better... First of all, a theory has to be a valid theory. Evolution isn't a valid theory because it doesn't even go through the basic steps of the scientific method, okay? And no, that's also fallacious, Botard. You don't need an alternative theory to refute an existing one. You don't need an alternative to poke holes in an existing one. This is all you guys do, is cope. Oh, if you're showing how bad my theory is that I try to just, espouse without ever thinking, why don't you bring up a better one? Well, let's destroy this one first.
Acceptance of the clearly miraculous. I first read that article probably a couple of years after it came out. Someone sent it to me. And the first thing that I did after reading that is I went outside and I took a picture of the first organism I could find. Why? Because if you want to see examples of co-option, all you have to do is go outside and look around. It's very obvious that the weapons, these spikes on a thistle, they're just...
A weapon? Watch this. Watch how he tells a story about the accidental weapons.
Co-opted blood vessels.
Quite the projection. No, we're not talking about creation right now, which is not a scientific claim anyway. Evolution is being taught, Cam Bam, in public schools. Is a religious view in public schools about the nature of reality, and you guys can't defend it. And so instead you cope in the streams, right? When I attack evolution, you do tu quoque the entire time. You don't ever try to defend what's being posited here. You guys suck.
Plant veins. They've been co-opted to serve as a weapon against grazing animals. How did this evolve? We don't know the details, but it's not...
We don't know the details. There we go, Cam Bam. What did you just say? Look at what Cam Bam just said. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Where did he say? Look at Genesis is rather nondescript in how the universe came into existence. Watch this. Listen to your guy here. You notice your double standard here?
They've been co-opted to serve as a weapon against grazing animals. How did this evolve? We don't know the details, but it's not hard to observe that grazing...
You people. You people. You disgust me. You disgust me. Thank you for your overdue taxes. Appreciate you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, it's a purpose? It's useful as a purpose, but it accidentally maintains itself? Well, it maintains itself because it's selected for. No. It's surviving. It accidentally having a thing that makes it live longer doesn't justify why it keeps it. They say, well, it keeps it because it lives longer. No. That's circular. If it accidentally produced the thing and it's just incidental that it helped it, it doesn't justify that it'll keep winning the lottery to keep it. That's like saying, like, winning the lottery helped me, right? And then it's like, how did you keep winning? And you're like, because it helps me. It helps me to keep winning the lottery. No. What determined that you kept winning the lottery? That you kept producing a good outcome? What are you talking about? Winning the lottery is good.
Animals prefer soft leaves to tough.
Winning the lottery kept me in the casino, aka world. But you accidentally produced the outcomes, right? Yeah, but they don't understand this.
Leaves. There are a couple of weirdos out there. Beavers will eat wood, the sugary part underneath the bark. Goats and camels will eat just about anything, including thistles. They don't care. But the vast majority of grazing animals, they prefer soft, sweet leaves. Any mutation that would toughen the veins of a leaf could help prevent it from being overgrazed.
Dude, this is so inconsistent. There are plenty of plants that's in their best interest to be grazed and consumed and pooped back out to populate new environments. So it doesn't make any sense. And then it assumes that it has some sort of knowledge of what overgrazing means. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as overgrazing in nature. Pod says, yeah, it won the lottery as soon as the feature becomes a hindrance to survival. No, there's no such thing as a hindrance from the organism's perspective. You still didn't answer the question, Pod. If you're defending this position, no, it doesn't actually justify why it keeps the thing.
Therefore, it could be...
I mean, listen to how he's talking. He's literally using a human-centric position.
Anything, including thistles, they don't care. But the vast majority of grazing animals, they prefer soft, sweet leaves. Any mutation that would toughen the veins of a leaf could help prevent it from being overgrazed.
Why would that be an imperative? You see what I'm saying here? Why would they assume that there's any sort of imperative for not being overgrazed? Why is there a directionality toward not being overgrazed at all? Why would you assume that? Well, yeah, it grew thorns, so it's not overgrazed. It provides a perfect thorniness just below overgrazing. What? What's overgrazing? Yeah, no, overgrazing, you know, when you overgraze. No, I don't know. How do you justify that qualitative statement about pure matter? He just inserts aboutness, dude, into the whole sphere, right? He doesn't even know what he's doing. He doesn't even know he's doing it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's overgrazed. So, it developed these features to not be overgrazed. That's in order to. That's directed. That's intent. Just, it was like, wow, this is really helping my overgrazing problem.
Therefore, it can be selected for by natural selection. The veins of a leaf are naturally tapered towards the tip, meaning once a vein is sufficiently fibrous, it's going to automatically act as a spike, which would make the leaves even less attractive to grazing animals, until eventually you get things like spiked hollies and thistles. So that's one.
Yeah, but the thing is, all the spikes are on, dude, look, all the spikes, they're on the non-leaf part too.
Is sufficiently fibrous, it's going to automatically act as a spike, which would make the leaves even less attractive to grazing animals, until eventually you get things like spiked hollies and thistles. So that's one obvious example that contradicts the claim that co-option is a demonstrably fantastic story made up out of whole cloth with absolutely no basis in evidence. But that's just...
You just made up a story, ironically, dude. You're reading this thing as like, oh no, I don't have a story. I could look and tell a story about nature. You literally just told a story. This guy literally just told a story to his audience. He's like, oh, look, it's a fantastic story made up. Huh, little do these guys know. Let me go out and look at thistles and tell a fantastic story. He literally just told a story.
It's the first organism I saw outside my house after reading this article. There are many other examples. It's very obvious that the petals and the bracts of flowers, they are leaves that have been co-opted to attract pollinators. They're leaf...
What do you mean? Look, oh, dude, this is so infuriating. They're developed to attract. They're developed to attract. Evolution is a worldview. No, it's a worldview. It assumes an epistemic position, a metaphysical position, and it also entails an ethical position. No, of course it's a worldview. The worldview of evolution is that your existence, your origin story, Cam Bam, is naturalistic. That's a worldview, dude. How could you say your own origin story isn't a worldview? You're so dishonest. You're so slippery. It's fun and all that you're trolling, but come on, man. Do you answer, is a deer being born without legs a hindrance? It doesn't matter. The survival, right? That's a direction. That's what's in question. Does it accidentally survive and accidentally die? That's what's in question. I'm sorry. Is it incorrect? Is it a flaw, Pod, in biology if something's born without legs? Nobody can answer this question, apparently. I've been asking this for weeks. Is it a flaw in nature if a deer is born without legs? The question of it being the outcome being if it dies or not doesn't answer any of the questions we have. By the way, everything dies. That's like asking, is it a hindrance to be born without the capability of breathing underwater? Is that a hindrance? Is it a hindrance, Pod, to be born needing food? Guess what? Every answer is yes. You freak. If we die, and we all die, then not being able to die is a hindrance. Needing water is a hindrance. What are you talking about? No, goals assume intent, dude. Are you retarded? A goal assumes a direction and intent. You don't have goals in evolution, dude. Yeah, but the goal... Where's the goal? Show me the goal. Where's the goal in nature?
Beef origin is more obvious in some plants than in others.
Would not needing food to survive be an advantage? What? Yeah, dude. So you don't understand my point. Anything you ask about the reality of being in the world, you could point to anything. You're just arbitrarily pointing to no legs, but that could be true about anything. Isn't it a hindrance to not have eyes behind our head? Huh? Isn't it a hindrance to not be able to drink water from our feet so we don't have to bend down and collect water? We could just filter it from our toenails. Isn't that a hindrance? Isn't it a hindrance that I can't turn into a dolphin, dude? Unbelievable.
Others, but this fact is
You guys are so lost.
Not disputed. The stinger of a bee is a modified ovipositor, an egg depositing apparatus. Here's what the ovipositor looks like on a grasshopper. It thinks this asphalt is gravel. It's trying to move the gravel out of the way, dig a little hole, and put its eggs inside there. Here's what it looks like on a katydid. Some katydids have...
Cool. These are all animals. Jeez, man, this guy's terrible. These are all animals that, from your view, every part of them, every single aspect, their leg, their wings, their head, their eyes, their body, how they walk, how they fly, how they pseudo-fly, how they don't fly, everything from the evolutionary view, this picture of this animal right now comes from a long process of an identity that's not this animal. He's like, yeah, it's not a problem. It just co-ops everything. If I talk breathy enough, maybe people won't question what I'm saying. And they just eat this up, dude. These aren't good thinkers. His audience, these are not good thinkers. They're basically like people who go and stand online to soft serve ice cream. And they just, it's like, give me the soft serve. Give me the soft serve. I will not answer. Yeah, I'm going to do a science communication skit. You know, I should do every third video I do should be a science communicator skit. Y'all don't understand science like elementary? Really? I bet you if you called in right now, you couldn't even walk me through it. That's the problem, is that we understand science better than you. It's pathetic, dude. Jim Bob doesn't steel man his opponents. I do. It's actually the root of how I argue, is steel manning, dude. What part of what I just said isn't the steel man of evolution? Do you need me to say it again? Evolution posits that this beast right here, this critter, is the product of a long process far enough back in time, comes from something this isn't. Every part of it, its legs, everything, is an inherited characteristic further enough back in time, belongs to something that's entirely not this thing. Coparter. This guy is like arguing with a chicken. Yeah, you don't have any argument. Yeah, out. Yeah, get out of here. I would destroy you. I would absolutely destroy you. Well, not entirely not that. No, entirely eventually. Totally dissimilar. But here's where the nominalism comes in. Pod, from your view, anything that's made up of any components that are similar, anything, could be carbon, could be this, could be that, any form of DNA, any material. Anything that shares material is, you would have to say, is partly that thing, right? This is why you guys have an identity issue. This is why so many of the evolution proponents are full fully on board with the Troon stuff. It's because you guys have an identity issue. Now, at least this is closer to what you actually believe. You have to say any differences in life are nominal differences, even at scale. And what that means is that nothing's actually entirely different than anything alive. That's what you have to say.
As a homesteader, animals will graze on what they need when you have a variety of plants. You can poison some by having the wrong plant in your field, but they will generally avoid it themselves. The question is, within evolution theory, how can an animal eat the wrong plant? Wouldn't the side effects caused from the ingestion of the plant be natural selection process attempting to overcome the effects of said plant?
That's
Be the
right.
Survival process.
That's right.
Chase Crosp.
Yes, Chase. They're arbitrary when they say, well, you're not supposed to eat that, or they didn't eat this or that or whatever. It's like, wouldn't it all be jarring some new reactive mechanism? Y'all don't understand the meaning of science. It's not authority dogma. Is that an authoritative statement? If it's not authority dogma, then why is it that you guys freak out when people question evolution then? And by the way, science isn't a meaning. The meaning of science? Science is a method, dude. Look at how low tier this all is. This dude says, even Andrew Wilson argues we share 60% DNA. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. DNA, if it's instruction packets for how things operate, it says nothing about the ontology of a banana versus a human. All that says is that life, living organisms, including plants and fruits and everything else, are a part of a system of directions, instructions. That's all that's saying. That DNA is like an instruction blueprint packet, right? It has to do with the function, not the identity of the thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like IKEA is made up of all the same similar functional parts, and yet there are entirely different identities. It doesn't follow. You wouldn't say, look at that IKEA desk. That must have been made of, come from a totally different IKEA thing. No, you wouldn't say that. You'd say that IKEA desk is made of similar parts and functions as this other thing. It's like an elbow. We have an elbow which could be reduced to a bending of a joint for the use of the arm or the leg or whatever, right? If you find another animal that has a bending feature that you could call a type of elbow, you wouldn't come to the conclusion that we share an identity with that thing just because there's a similar functionality to the organism. Yeah, anything's possible. That's right. Speaking of anything possible, you know it is possible. This might be my last goal here today, so make it count. 9 minutes, 8 chats. 9 minutes, 8 chats. That's right. It codes for function. Similar function among animals. Wow, it's amazing. Yeah, it must have came from humanity or Ray Finfish. That's funny. At least you have a sense of humor, Cam Bam. Did you just accidentally smash the like button? It's unbelievable. You guys have no control. Unhit Bone helps out with a $5. That brings it to 7 in 8 minutes and 50 seconds. We would love if you could come up with a different theory for fossil records. You don't even know what a theory is, dude. You don't even know what a theory is. Do you know I could make a fossil this week in a mason jar? You don't even know what a theory is. A theory of the fossils? The fossil record? Dude, this is the lowest tier stuff I've ever seen. I'm sorry, what's the theory for the fossil records? Tell us. Tell us what the theory for the theory for the fossil records is. The language is hilarious, man. Well, then come up with a theory for the fossils records. Dude, your fossil record itself, you don't have a theory for the fossil records. Your fossil record is actually informed by your suppositions. You don't even know that. That's wild. 7 more, 7 minutes. 7 more. Yeah, tell us about the bones, please.
Based on the bones,
Please.
as you can see by the bones, or the bones. Based on the bones.
Yeah.
Based on the bones.
Come on. Tell us about the fossil record theory. He did. He had something there. Tell us about the fossil record. Thank you so much. Does this fake money? It does count. Look, it got me to 4. 6 more, y'all. 6 more. 7 minutes. It's about 1 a minute almost. You guys know how I don't like to end on an empty goal. It makes me cry in the shower. Flavius, thank you so much for helping out. Based on the bones. Unfortunately, left-handed. That one doesn't count, but thank you for the tour. Yeah. Yeah. A fossil is a singular observation, right? Yeah, well, according to Ron, who I debated, a hypothesis and a theory are the same. No difference. Wild stuff. Thank you so much for that $5. Berserk. 4 more, y'all. Did you guys see that I put 6-7 in my my short movie? Pretty much, dude. Pretty much. 3er, got you there. 5er. 2 more, y'all. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. You got to know what a scientific theory is, dude. You guys clearly don't even know what a scientific theory is. That's what's so horrifying. Jiggy, thank you so much, Jiggy. And brings it to 1 more. Thank you so much. Who's going to be the last? And Community is the last. Thank you so much. 8% atheist Nobel Prizes in science, Christians 67%. Wow, if you looked at the amount of Christian inventions and breakthroughs are built in the modern world. Yeah, they're like, that has nothing to do with their worldview. I argue otherwise. It sure does. 8-9, thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Moment Killer. And a super nifty, generous 20. Money's the root of all evil. Take it, Jim Bob. It's not, though. The love of it is, though. Yeah, the guy said it doesn't. Like, I can't wait till these people review that, honestly. I can't wait until they somehow make Ron look like the good guy. So bad, man. It's so bad. Is science so powerful that it could create evolution, so evolved that it could not evolve? Well, apparently evolution is so powerful that humans, as a result of evolution, can produce such devices and technology that we no longer evolve. So the answer is yes. Can you explain the distinction between function and identity? Yeah, when you look at something and what it does, how it acts, how it operates, right? The thing that you're calling the identity universally of that thing, like a liver, like a heart, what you call the thing is inextricably tied to its function, even if its function includes multiple functions. So the new identity of something that has multiple functions would be that thing has multiple functions. You can't separate the thing you're calling it, what you're calling it, the brain, right? Any of these things based on what they do. You can't separate them. You can't do it. Ron is going to be hard for them to sweep up. Maybe they just won't talk about it. Because the first time with the other dude, remember, Dr. Whatever the other dude was, the evolutionary biologist? He did awful. I didn't even do, quote, well against him. He just did awful. And there was like a week, 2 weeks of Cope streams from the Evos. The Evos. And they were like, oh, yeah. They were trying to coach him how to debate better. They knew that I, like, dominated them. How did I get my stream back? Well, I think it was a concerted effort on X appealing to the YouTube gods. So, I'm grateful. Grateful. Wish your bank account would evolve. Scud coming? Yeah, we're testing out Ninja. I have to test it with Tony, even for Ortho Thugs. Whereby is giving me such trouble. It's just a pain, dude. Ask the Evotard, if we stop our dog from eating poop, would we be denying the reality of a natural selection survival process? They would say yes. Anything we intervene with, we're intervening with natural selection. That's why Dave didn't like that question, because he misstepped there. He was like, well, humans don't do it anymore. And I'm like, really? Based on what? Well, because we intervene on the weak. That also didn't make sense to me. I was watching, what was I watching? Some animal video with my son, and there was a herd of like deer or something, wildebeest or something, and they created this big circle cyclone around a tree, and they intuitively placed the young and the old, not just the young, but the old, inside of the heap of swirling deer. And it's like, the wildebeest takes the young and the old and puts them in the middle, and they surround it, protecting the flock. And it's like, I understand why the young, even intuitively, if it was just like total instinct, made sense. But keeping the weak around, based on Professor Dave's argument, the animals that do that, that doesn't make any sense. If anything, you would let the old be picked off. In fact, you would sort of sacrifice them. You'd be like, oh, you lived a pretty good deer life. Okay? Remember that grass? Remember that time that you ate the grass and then we moved to another location and ate grass? That was amazing. I mean, look, keep the memories. You would say here, yeah. External, you, old people, bye-bye. The reason to hold on to the old is you can shed them in a more dire... Yeah, but that's evaluative, though, so that doesn't make sense. How would a flock of deer, or whatever you call them, evaluate what's the threshold of dire, not dire, right? What's the most dire versus a not? That's evaluative. That's past, present, future thinking. That's like deliberation stuff. These are animals. They're not thinking like this. They're just reacting to the external world impulsively. Like they had a talk. Listen, guys, this doesn't seem to be that crazy of a scenario. We are surrounded by lions and crocodiles. But listen, it could get worse, don't you think? No, I want Mildred out. And Gertrude and Bill, he's grumpy all day. Well, look, we should save them for a more crucial. They don't evaluate? No, but the thing is, you can't say a dire. That's metaphysical. That's you're doing to say something's dire is to make a qualitative statement about a state of affairs, aboutness statement. How could you possibly conceive of a group of deer that now need a hierarchy, right? They need some sort of diplomatic or democratic system on what constitutes dire. Like, how would you possibly know that, first of all, but also how would you determine the threshold of when is a dire situation versus a non-dire? No. It could also be. It could always be worse. How would you know, like watching deer, that they then made a selective process and was like, okay, now Mildred, go to the end. Now, stop saying my name. Stop saying my name. This is dumb. Stop saying my name. Don't say my name. Don't say my name. They hold a vote. They hold a hoof vote. Yeah, they're all talking to each other. They're the voting, little vote slips. They all poop in a certain location. It's like a circle, and they all poop in the location. So yay or nay. Yay or nay. Stop repeating my name. Anyway. Dire Wolf. Has Jay done a Dire Wolf meme? Oh, here we go. We're the more science here. The human skeleton fossil records is a cornerstone for evolution. No, that's a claim. You literally, you guys might as well make bumper stickers and flags. You have no position. You're just making an assertion. The human skeleton fossil records are the cornerstone for evolution. Really? That's a cool claim, bro. How does y'all worldview account for the search for life in the solar system outside Earth? Well, the thing in question, Palau, first of all, is the assumption that there's many other locations. I know that's a wild thing to question these days because you grow up with space travel, these claims that, you know, you can fly something to the sun and back or whatever and all these things. I mean, I don't know about the rest of the chat. I don't even grant that off the bat. That there's like, that your concept of spatial coordinates somehow extends coherently into what you call space, outer space, locations. That's just something you were told. Oh, what are you saying? We can't space travel now? You're saying Tyler isn't driving a Jeep Grand Cherokee NASA model on Mars right now using VR? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying that. Wait till y'all discover the moon is a hologram. I don't believe in that. I do believe the moon's an object. Now, I'm just using my own senses because shadow, shading, light hitting things, having a camera, having had what was it, the D900 or whatever? I was like, oh, that everything. I'm not like, oh, that's a plasma bubble. I'm like, no, that looks like ground. That looks like a type of physical object with shadows and shading and stuff like that. Just hairier.
Smiley face emoji. Don't you know that if I put smiley face emoji, that means that I answered your question and refuted your ridiculous position? Smiley face emoji.
P900.
Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Thank you.
Smiley face emoji.
Thank you, Vagine. Jeez. Yeah, the P900. Thank you. Yeah, it was good. It's good. Got to get back to work. Yeah, no problem, dude. I appreciate you being here. It's not personal. I'm aggressive myself. So, but come back. All right. Where do you guys want to go? How many jortards are here? I mean, who is even here? Nice. Kept about 800 of you guys. That means someone else went live. That's what that means. Who was it? Who did it? How about some music?
Alrighty.
No. C, G sharp, C sharp, F sharp, E, E sharp. I was born in a mountain town, in a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I sit up on those rocks and I dream about leaving that old mountain town. So I went out to Hollywood land with this old guitar, not $1 in my hand. And I never made a deal with my soul they couldn't steal. Packed it up and I left that Hollywood land. Time led on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. So I went back to the mountain town. Got a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I sit up on those rocks and I dream about growing old in that little old mountain town. Time led on down the road. I can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. Oh man, Austin. What did he say? What did he say, Austin? Early in the evening, I'm yelling to the sky. I swear I've seen the second sun, I'm telling you no lie. Like a burning eye staring at me from afar. Tried to chase them down, so I hopped on in my car. But as I turned the key, I looked and they were gone. Don't know what I seen, but something's going on. Bright blue sunny morning, not a single cloud in sight. Ground zero's calling for a non-existent flight. Like a double game of Jenga, they came tumbling to the floor. Something had to justify a 25-year war. The mothers, they came forward, demanding truth for all. Anyone with a half a brain would know that's not how buildings fall. Well, you can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. "1969, and they're gathered round the tube. Jackie's dead after he said we're going to the moon. And everyone believed that we finally won the race. Now the whole world's mesmerized by animated space. Half a century later, and we still have not gone back. But we nailed it on our first attempt in a flimsy tinfoil shack. You can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. Now I go outside and I see zombies everywhere, with the windshields on their faces, looking for the next big scare. And all their little screens tell them they are close to harm. Big Pharma says no worries, just let us in your arm. But I don't know about you, I'm keeping my veins clean. Will not be an extra in your one world movie scene. You can lie to me. I got eyes to see. Playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy anytime. Clean vein, shout out to my clean vein gang. Shout out my clean vein gang. Shout out my clean vein gang. All right, shall we do a favorite? Shall we? Shall we? All righty. Okay. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Beaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Cheeks as red as a blooming rose and eyes of a curious brown. She's the darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. When I was just a little boy, I wanted a Barlow knife. Now I just want Shady Grove to say she'll be my wife. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Get myself a big fine horse and corn to feed 'em on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed 'em when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. All right, y'all. Where are you guys going? I gotta go. I got to go. I got to go now. I got to go. Who's live? Who's live? Who live? Wild horses. Ooh. I save it. I have to go. I actually have to go. It's not that I want to go. I actually have to, but I'll save that, I promise. Reverse massage. You got that, okay? I'll play a real good one, okay? Tomorrow, promise you. Childhood living. Tony? All right, Tony it is. Oh, he's going after Tim Pool. Lovely, 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 lovely. All right, that's sorted out. That's good. All right, y'all. Thank you for all the support. Appreciate you. Glad I got to play. Shout out to everyone listening from X over there. I'll probably stream from now on. Add an X. You know, I don't get to see your, text or anything, but I'll figure it out. With that said, you guys have a lovely, blessed day. I'm going to hang out with my kid. See y'all later, all right?